Well, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order this June 7th, 2023 special meeting of the Pierce County Council for the purpose of a council budget retreat. Thanks, everyone, for making time for these important conversations over the next 2 days. All members are present except for Councilmember Morrell, who is excused. Item number 2 is approval of the agenda. We have a long day ahead and another day of budget discussion tomorrow, but is there any objection to our agenda as presented for this special meeting? Not seeing any. Our agenda is approved. Mr. Boki, before I get to you, actually, I wanted to call on Mr. William Bridges, staff to the Office of the County Council, to introduce a new face here for this summer in the Office of the County Council. Mr. Bridges.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, pleased to introduce you to Karen Lynn, our intern for the summer. She just started today and well, technically she started yesterday, but she had to finish a final yesterday. It's her last week at the UW Tacoma. And she will be with us until August 25, and she'll be working with Lee Beth and I on possibly some housing projects.
Karen,
Hi.
welcome.
It's nice to meet everybody. I'm really excited to be here for the summer. So.
Welcome.
And what are you getting your, what are you finishing your degree at the University of Washington?
I'm a economic and policy analysis major.
Excellent.
Okay, Julie.
Well, welcome. We're really pleased to have you and look forward to working with you this summer. Thank you very much. Mr. Boki, I'm going to again turn it to you for an introduction for the day ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair Mello, Paul Boki, council staff. Today is the first day of a 2-day budget retreat that the council has scheduled. And today is mainly about kind of trying to figure out where we're at in biennium to date. We are now, as of the end of March, a little less than 2/3 of the way through the biennium. So you will receive a first quarter report from the finance department. They've then been asked to do a budget outlook for the rest of this year and into the next biennium, because the long-term purpose of these 2 days, of course, is for the council to begin discussing its goals for the 2024-2025 biennium. And that budget will be received here, the executive, and we'll talk about the schedule at the end of the 2 days, but the executive is scheduled to deliver his budget message to the council on September 19th. So a little over about 3.5 months away. And then there'll be some discussion about the American Rescue Plan Act and how that looks going forward. And that'll be this morning. And then in this afternoon, we will have a closed session, the Human Resources Department, about collective bargaining. And then there'll be some discussion about council initiated budget requests and contracting. And then we may, depending on what time allows, begin to talk about countywide priorities, and Mr. Taylor will handle that. So without further ado, if you have any questions, I can answer those, or we can go to Mr. Robinson and Ms. DeMuth for the presentations this morning. And I believe Mr. Robinson wants to start out with some, for budget people and finance people, great news. It was like Christmas in June, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Boki, for helping walk through the agenda about what to expect today. And as you indicated, today is a lot of setup with important contextual information for council and important conversations to have. And then tomorrow's real focus is about the council as a body. What are our major top tier budget priorities, right? If we funded nothing else in this constrained environment, what do we really want to see in the 24-25 biennium? And then also an opportunity for council members individually to express individual council member or by district priorities. So that's largely what we're setting up for tomorrow. So thank you again, Mr. Boki. Mr. Robinson, I'll invite you up to begin the discussion about the biennium to date and the first quarter 2023 financial report.
Hi, good morning, council chairs, members of the council, Gary Robinson, the director of the finance department. As Mr. Boki indicated, I did want to begin the presentation with sharing some news, which I believe a few of you may have seen yesterday afternoon. We, as other local governments in the state, receive bond ratings. These bond ratings evaluate the financial condition of our county, economic condition of our region, and the financial management practices of the county. Periodically, the bond rating firms will reevaluate our status and make a determination whether there was warranted a change in our rating. And as Paul indicated, this is something that we're really excited about in the finance department, because it's an acknowledgement of the effort that we've teamed with you, teamed with the executives, teamed with the departments on to really continue enhancing the financial management practices within our county. In the review that we had with Moody's, this was a review that we did online along with our financial advisor. They commented on the materials that we had available for them to look at on Open Pierce County prior to that meeting. Included in those materials, as you know, are detailed financial status reports on our county finances, both our revenues and our expenditures, projections associated with that financial condition, and information with regard to the economy and the performance measures that we're tracking in association with our county service delivery. Based on that review, the notice that we received yesterday is that Moody's has upgraded our bond rating to AAA. And this is the highest rating that a government entity can receive. Previously, we had a rating that was just a bit lower, A1, but acknowledging that we're at a AAA, I think is a real endorsement for the work that we've been focusing on for a number of years. Within Washington State, the only other county that has a AAA rating is King County, and there are a few cities that have AAA ratings: Bainbridge Island, Bellevue, Kirkland, Mercer Island, and Seattle. So we're very proud to have that external acknowledgement. And we'll point out that this puts us in very good stead for the bond issuance that we'll be going forward with your final approval for the new facility and improvements at the Justice Center here in this building.
So congratulations, Mr. Robinson. Let's hope this is just the start of lots of good news you're going to share this morning. But in all seriousness, thank you for your good work, your leadership. It doesn't happen overnight to achieve that outside indication of achievement. So it's a really good outlook for us and our financial stewardship. So congratulations.
All right, thank you. So on to the presentation this morning. First part of the morning, we want to concentrate on the financial report that will carry us through the first quarter of this calendar year. Of course, the first quarter runs through the end of March. In speaking with council staff, there was interest, which we were able to support in providing some more current data associated with our revenue, our expenditures, in some cases through the end of April, other cases we had data through the end of May. So both I and Julie DeMuth will be going through those materials with you and highlighting initially what our current financial condition is and projections for the current year. And then the second presentation that we'll be reviewing with you is the outlook for the next biennium and how we're working with departments on the preparation of a budget proposal for your consideration in the fall. So if we move to the next slide, we have a list of areas that traditionally we go through when we prepare a financial report for you, taking a look at close for 2022, economic indicators, revenue expenditures for the various funds within the county. The slide deck, as you know, will highlight the significant items that we want to share. But in addition, included in your meeting packet is a short written description of the financial condition of the county through the end of the fourth quarter. And then all of the data tables that are associated with our finances and other administrative practices that you've asked to be included in the report. I'll begin by highlighting a few of the slides and then ask Julie DeMuth to go through a summary of the revenue and expenditure sides, and then I'll close with vacancy savings and our current cash balance. Going to the next slide, we have a summary of the closing status at the end of calendar year 2022. And we use the term closing to represent all of the transactions associated with revenue and expenditures being closed, being finalized for financial activity during calendar year 2022. On this slide, it shows that we were assuming a fund balance at the beginning of that fiscal year, which for our county is a calendar year, of around $167 million. The revenues it received in 2022 were $409 million for the general fund, and the actual expenditures at $405 million. This resulted in an ending fund balance that was higher than what we assumed when the biennial budget was adopted. That ending fund balance being $171 million. And on a percentage basis, that's an ending fund balance of approximately 40%. That ending fund balance increased primarily because of vacancy savings that accumulated through calendar year 2022. As we reported previously, we've had significant vacancies within a number of departments, particularly within law enforcement, within the Sheriff's Department and the Corrections Bureau. Funding for most of the law enforcement vacancy savings falls to fund balance. The Corrections Bureau did utilize vacancy savings to cover overtime costs and other costs because needing to have post coverage when those vacancies occurred. For reference, the fund balance that we were assuming at the time that the budget was adopted at the end of 22, we were assuming a fund balance of 22%. The value of each 1% in fund balance is about $4.2 million. So when we accumulate vacancy savings in the tens of millions of dollars, that's going to increase that fund balance. As shown on this chart, we did assume when the budget was being adopted that we would be utilizing fund balance through the course of the current biennium. As noted on the bottom part of the chart, we assumed that we would be utilizing $60 million in our fund balance because we did build a fund balance up over the last few years, primarily because of increased collections associated with funds that were coming to the county to address the pandemic. And so I want to emphasize that even though this is a higher fund balance number, we are assuming utilization of some of that fund balance in the current biennium. As we go through the presentation later this morning on projections for the next biennium, we'll also note the assumptions about the utilization of this fund balance to cover ongoing cost into the next biennium. So that's the basic financial status for our county at the end of 2022. And then we'll bring this forward through remainder of the first quarter and some more up-to-date data as I indicated. So not seeing questions, Chair, on that. I'll continue then to the next slide, which begins a few of the indicators that we have tracked over the years with regard to the economic condition within our county. First slide will show unemployment rate within our county in comparison to Washington State and some adjacent counties or others that we have compared ourselves with in the past. The unemployment rate within our county for the first quarter, so this is first quarter of the year, was 5.3%, and that was same level that it was for the first quarter of 2022. If we look at the unemployment rate to the state, It was at 4.2% in the first quarter of this year, same level that it was at in the first quarter of 2022. And you'll see in the narrative the variables associated with the other comparison counties. Most recent information on unemployment rate within our county, and this would be for April of 2023, is we have an unemployment rate of 4.4%. The state for 2023 of April had the same unemployment rate as the state in total of 4.3%. So very positive for us that we have a lower unemployment rate. Thank you. A lower unemployment rate in the first part of this year. And we're anticipating what will be at a level very comparable to that as we go through the remainder of the calendar year.
So you're expecting it to remain flat the rest of the year? That way just.
Not flat, but unless we experience recession as we go through the year, that rate should remain fairly stable for us the remainder of the calendar year. Moving to the next slide, we show permit activity for building permits that have been submitted to our Planning Division of Planning and Public Works Department. Here, as has been reported to the council previously, we have seen a decline in building permits being submitted to the county. Overall, permit activity decreased 17% when we compare the first quarter of 2022 to 2022 to 2023. Permits for new construction, new starts decreased most substantially, 43% in comparison to year prior. And other permits, which are primarily for smaller projects, had an increase of around 20%. If we compare the permit activity for Pierce County to permit activity at the state, we're seeing comparable declines in the state permit activity also. The State Economic and Revenue Forecast Council has both data on actual permit activity for state totals for single-family residences and multifamily residences. For the first quarter of 2022, the state indicated that statewide, we had 24,000 permits in the first quarter of this year. Second quarter, and they're seeing that declining to 23,000. Third quarter, they're projecting a continuing decline to 18.7 thousand. And at the end of this calendar year, presuming that it's going to be just over 15,000. That's for single family statewide. If we look at multifamily, a similar pattern, 33,000 for the state in 2022 first quarter, then down to 32.5 thousand, 25.8 thousand in the third quarter, and declining to 22.7 thousand statewide.
We have a question from Vice Chair Campbell.
Couple questions as I look at this information, and it can be a couple different ways there. First off, so new starts. So this is, I assume housing permits or residential building permits. So if I build a single family house, that's a permit. What if I build a 10-unit apartment complex? Is that one permit or 10 permits?
If it is apartment complex, I believe that is one permit, but the housing associated with it obviously is substantial based upon it being a multifamily unit.
Okay. So trying to see if there's a one-for-one, so multifamily housing. And when we look at the data here, are these permits applied for or permits approved? Because knowing that we've had a long lag time in getting a lot of stuff through our permit office for a while, which I think we're starting to get ahead of, is some of this because we're not approving them fast.
These are permit applications, Julie, I believe. Yeah, these are applications to the Planning Division, not permits approved.
Okay,
And you're correct, Councilmember Camel. The department is devoting attention to ensuring that the time period associated with those permits being processed is lowered.
because, yeah, if you're building a house, you have a permit in, you're waiting for it, you're not moving on to the next project. So that's, I hope that what we see here isn't a factor of our ability to process permits, but rather more economically what we're looking at.
Yes, and this is economically driven, and you'll see that as we look at the collection data associated with revenue from permits and also sales tax associated with construction.
Thank you, Chair.
Next slide will show data that we have reviewed in prior quarterly financial reports that's coming from our Economic Development Department. And this is a measure that the Economic Development Department began tracking a few years ago, and it is private capital investment. So this is permits that are being submitted to the county for private investment capital improvements. And we saw that as we were progressing through 2021, the value of that activity increased to around $35.5 million, decreased, had that dip in 2022, mid part of the year to 26.5 million, came back up to 29.7, but then declined to 15.6 million in the most recent data, which is March of this year. In a way, a similar pattern to what we're seeing with regard to building permits for residential. Moving to the next slide, we show real estate activity. And this trend is comparable to the others that we've seen that are related to construction. We've seen a decline in the selling price of an average residential unit within our county, and this is through the end of March. That price was now just under $550,000, which is $14,000 less than 2022. If we rewind these presentations over the last couple of years, we saw quarter by quarter that the value of residential sales for average residents was growing. And now we're seeing a drop in that value. And it's comparable to what is occurring in some other jurisdictions. The volume of real estate activity for commercial sales decreased. And this is dollar volume. In a way that's similar to what we had seen in the prior chart. And then land sales decreased also in the first quarter of this year compared to the first quarter of the prior year. We have noted in our prior presentation that the land sales are very variable with regard to dollar value, particularly when there is a large piece of property or a commercial building that is being purchased. So that's a summary of the conditions with regard to the key indicators that we track for the county's economic activity. And I would next, if there are not questions on this component of the presentation, turn to Julie DeMuth, who can cover our revenues and our expenditures for first part of the year.
We have a question from Vice Chair Campbell.
Thank you. And Gary, thank you for your work on putting this together. So if we're to distill everything you just presented, in your professional opinion, where are we going? What does this tell us where we're going? Understanding that nothing is certain.
I think we're seeing evident within our county and in the state and across the country is the impact of higher interest rates having a direct impact with regard to building activity and commercial activity. What we will need to watch as we go forward is whether or not the Federal Reserve makes a choice to continue raising interest rates in order to address inflation. Hearing a report from Federal Secretary of the Treasurer Yellen this morning She stated that she saw potential of the interest rates maybe declining as the Federal Reserve is taking action month by month through the remainder of the calendar year. She also stated that one measure of inflation, we're hovering around 4%, with the goal of the Federal Reserve being around 2%. So much of what we're experiencing here, I think, is reflective of what's happening in the national economy. Positively for us, the employment data for our county, the unemployment rate is at quite a low level for us historically within Pierce County. And if we continue that employment level, we're going to see economic activity move forward. But the transactions so associated with construction, I believe are going to continue to be constrained with higher interest rates. One of the other reports on interest rates that you may have come across is that the turnover of houses is not as frequent as it had been in prior years. Because if a homeowner has an interest rate that is at a lower level, they're really cautious about moving out of that mortgage to another house, because the interest rate is going to be significantly higher cost for them now. And the other area that will be discussed a bit more as we have the outlook for next biennium is a question that is still before us and others around the country, and that is whether or not we may be experiencing a recession. So we have run scenarios, which we'll review with you later today, that will show the impact of a recession on our sales tax collections, because that is what is very variable based upon economic conditions within our county.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Robinson. Ms. DeMuth.
Good morning, Julie DeMuth with the Finance Department. So next slide, please. So the slides I'll be going through with you today, just one minor point of clarification. They do reflect activity through the first quarter of 2023, since this is the first quarter financial report. But we have provided financial data that compares quarterly activity as well as biennium to date through the first quarter of 2023. So on the slide before us right now, this slide provides a comparison of first quarter revenue collections as a % of an annual budget target compared to prior years. And this is for the general fund. This helps us understand trends in first quarter activity. So through the first quarter, property tax collections were at 7% of budget. And this lower level is typical of what we see in the first quarter, as property tax collections are typically made in the second and fourth quarters of the year. Property tax collections are expected to come in at the budgeted level for 2023 and for the biennium. For sales tax, collections were right at budget through the first quarter of 2023, and we'll review more detail on sales tax in the next several slides. Shifting to other taxes, this is a very small category of revenue. It includes gambling, excise tax, and excise taxes in lieu of property tax revenues. So it's quite small. The annual budget for this category is just over $1 million. And through the first quarter, revenues were at 38% of budget, or just under $400,000. So the higher level of revenue coming in is attributed to gambling excise tax revenues. So more people out gambling. Licenses and permits revenue is at 24% of budget through the first quarter, with revenues coming in at 1.3 million against a 5.5 million budget for the year. And intergovernmental revenues are at 24% of budget through the first quarter. Actuals for the first quarter were $6 million with an annual budget of 25.5 million. Charges for services, we are below budget through the first quarter. Actuals were $11 million compared to a $61 million annual budget. Revenues are below budget. This is primarily due to a decline in jail revenues that we're experiencing. We're also seeing declines in recording fees as well as vehicle licensing fees, which are in this category. Our fines revenue, this is also below budget. This is due to continuing declines that we're seeing in district court fine revenues. Through the first quarter, fines and forfeiture were at 20% of budget. Actuals at $676,000 compared to an annual budget of $3.3 million. The interest and other miscellaneous revenues category, this primarily includes transfers into the general fund from other funding sources, as well as proceeds from the sale of capital assets and our investment interest. The first quarter of 2023 is at 64% of budget. This is due to higher interest rates that result in higher interest earnings. As of April, the local government investment pool's interest rate was at 4.93%, so just under 5%. This is significantly higher than the 0.41% we were experiencing 1 year ago. We project approximately $14.5 million in interest earnings this year, which is about $10.4 million above our budgeted level. These additional interest earnings, they have been factored into our budget planning for 24 and 25 and incorporated into our long-term risk analysis for the general fund.
I'm gonna ask you to pause there, Ms. Demuth. Councilmember Krueger.
Thank you, Chair. Going back to page 8, I just was curious when we had the higher than expected gambling. Was there any indicators of increases in alcohol, cannabis, and cigarette taxes as well?
We can look into that. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but we
I
can look
just
into that.
wondered why. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Anyway, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair Campbell.
The gambling taxes, does that include the more recently legalized sports books?
Also a question I do not know the answer to, but we can look into that as well.
Because there's been a big surge in sports betting. That
Sports
as
betting.
they've opened up sports books
I
in
didn't know they did.
Washington State, it used to be you could only go to Las Vegas
Do
to
it
do
for
that. So maybe we're seeing a new source of gambling revenue rather than an expansion of existing.
That could be a very likely cause. Next slide, please. So this slide also focuses on general fund revenues. This provides actuals biennium to date compared to our biennial budget. So biennium to date property tax revenue is at 53% of budget through the first quarter. Actuals are 165 million. We have a biennial budget of 311 million. So as mentioned, we anticipate property tax to end the biennium at budgeted levels. Biennium to date sales tax revenue is at 62% of budget through the first quarter. With the first 15 months of the biennium, we, straight line budget projection, we anticipate things being around 62.5%. So actuals for sales tax are 158 million through the first quarter. Our biennial budget is 255 million. So as a reminder, the adopted 22-23 budget assumed a sales tax increase in 2022 of 4.9% and an increase in 2023 of 3.4%. So this growth is on top of the significant growth we had in 2021, where sales tax revenue increased 20.5%. We had slightly higher than budgeted growth in sales tax in 2022. We ended the year at 6.2% or 1.6 million above budget. The forecast for 2023, however, has been revised downward at this time. We are now forecasting a decline in sales tax revenue, potentially as great as 2% below our 2022 level. This would have an annual impact of around $5.2 million. But when you consider the 1.6 million above budget we had in 2022, we're looking at a total impact potentially of around 3 to 3.5 million. The other categories of revenue reflected on this slide reflect the same updates that I provided on the prior slide. Moving to the next slide. So continuing focus on sales tax, this slide provides a comparison of first quarter sales tax actuals against the prior 4 years. Through the first quarter of 2022, or sorry, 2023, sales tax came in right at budget. So we anticipated 30.7 million in sales tax collections, and actuals came in $23,000 higher. So pretty much right at budget there. But as you can see on this slide, we've had very minimal growth in sales tax in the first quarter compared to the same period in 2022. Next slide, please. This slide provides monthly sales tax actuals compared to budget for 2023. So this includes sales tax actuals for April, since we do have those numbers now, as well as our preliminary sales tax collections for May. Since revising our forecast downward, sales tax collections for both April and May have come in below our assumed budget level. Year to date through May, sales tax is 1.9% below budget. So just under $1 million below budget. For the month of May, sales tax collections were 3.7% below collections in the same time period last year. So showing a decline in our sales tax activity year over year. Our next forecast update will occur in early July. So we'll revise both our current year projection as well as our projection for 24 and 25 based on those results. Next slide, please. So this slide provides data on the major categories for which we receive sales tax. The largest categories being construction, automobile dealers, accommodation and food services, and retail. Comparing first quarter activity to prior years, we continue to see growth in each of these categories. The most significant drivers of sales tax in the first quarter of 2023 were online retailers, new vehicles, and electronics stores. I will note that sales tax actuals reflect spending that occurred 2 months prior. So the first quarter activity reflects holiday spending that occurs late in the year in 2022. On the next slide, we show monthly actuals at a more detailed level by sales tax sector for Pierce County. I won't go through the detail here, but you will start to see some declines in March activity for construction and retail sales compared to the levels we were seeing in January. So this is notable because construction and retail sales are two significant drivers of our sales tax collections. On the next slide, we'll begin to look at general fund expenditures. So this slide shows expenditures for each general fund department as a percent of the budget for 2023. So this slide compares first quarter activity to the prior 2 years.
Ms. DeMuth, I'm sorry. Before you start getting into expenditures, I'm going to ask you to pause on your briefing on revenues. Vice Chair Campbell.
So when I'm trying to see what's happening with sales tax, are the numbers you're giving us, that's the income we derive from sales tax? Or is this the taxable income before we apply the sales tax?
That is the revenue that the county receives from sales tax collections.
During the last year, our sales tax rate has changed with the adoption of additional councilmanic taxes. How is that reflected in here, or is that separate as an enterprise fund?
It is separate, as those increases in sales tax are going for specific purposes, and those show up in our special revenue funds. So
Okay.
you won't see that change in our general fund sales tax collections.
Okay, and what is the sales tax percentage for our general fund?
What is the rate that
Rate,
goes
yeah.
into the general fund? I don't know that number off the top of my head. Do you? It's a fairly complex breakdown, but we can pull it.
Okay.
So the numbers that I provide the council every month, I could pull them off the DOR website, and
Is it 2%?
no, it's 1% for general sales tax that comes out of the unincorporated areas. It's 0.1% for the criminal justice, which is countywide, but collected countywide, but divvied out by a formula that favors the county a little bit, but is basically based on population. Then there's the 0.1% for basically for the jail. It's called something else. And so I think it's 1.2% for that. Does that sound?
Sounds close, yes.
And then there's the behavioral health, one that's in the special revenue fund. And then there's also a portion of the park sales tax, which is, I believe, the old zoo trek tax that they used to call it when it first came out, which is a different formula than the criminal justice one, but is a countywide tax.
So if we could get what all builds this number that we look at here? And is it, because it sounds like some of it may be unincorporated and incorporated portions, but not all, so. Thank you.
Yes, okay, we can provide that.
Please proceed.
Right, shifting to general fund expenditures. So this slide shows expenditures for each department as a percent of budget for 2023. So focusing on first quarter activity compared to the prior 2 years. All departments within the general fund are below the 25% target for the first quarter, and the majority of department spending is similar to prior year's first quarter activities. So 2 items to note here. The first being the auditor's office, which reflects a higher expenditure level than in prior years. This is due to some significant increases they are seeing in election ballot and voter pamphlet printing costs, as well as mailing costs. They attribute these increasing costs to changes in economic conditions, as well as a rise in paper costs. So starting to see some higher expenditure levels there. The medical examiner's office also saw higher expenditure levels than prior years through the first quarter. This is primarily due to costs associated for contract services to provide forensic pathologist services while the third forensic pathologist position remains vacant. So they've had a large increase in their workload, and they've been short-staffed since October of 2021. The good news is I believe that position has been filled and will begin later this summer. Moving to the next slide, this
Ms.
slide,
Booth,
yes.
thank you. Councilmember Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. I just, on this slide, we note that DEM has COVID dollars, and are there other ARPA and CARES Act dollars reflected in this chart that are general fund?
No. So in 2020, we had CARES Act funding within the general fund. But beginning with American Rescue Plan funding, we moved that to its own special revenue fund. So those expenditures are seen outside of the general fund. Emergency management in 2021, these were their operational costs to respond to the pandemic. Most of those costs being reimbursed by FEMA.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Coover.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Muth. I'm just curious, what is included in special projects?
Special projects is a group of smaller focused projects. So it includes things like Mr. Boki might be able to better explain.
Mr. Boki.
Thank you. The biggest item in special projects is performance audit, which is part of the council directed by the council. But that's the biggest item.
Hearing
The
examiner.
hearing examiner is also in there. So those are the 2 big items that we have in special projects.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Other hands at this time, Mr. Muth, thank you.
Okay, looking at general fund expenditures biennium to date. So this is through the first quarter of 2023 as a percent of the biennial budget. So through the first quarter, the auditor's office is slightly above the target of 62.5%. They're at 69.7% of their budget. This is due to the costs I described earlier, as well as mailing costs associated with the inadvertent release of private voter registration data that occurred last year. So that cost approximately $400,000. I do want to note that for the biennium, we are projecting under expenditures within the general fund of a pretty significant level, likely between $45 and $50 million for the biennium. This is largely driven by the high level of vacancies that we've been experiencing this biennium. So also Finance has accounted for this level of under expenditure in our long-term risk analysis. And these savings were a significant driver in enabling us to lower the level of general fund budget reductions that are proposed in the 24-25 budget. So we'll have more on that in the next presentation. On the next slide, we begin shifting to our special revenue funds. So this slide shows first quarter activity for our real estate excise tax revenue. The first quarter of 2023 was below levels seen in the prior 3 years, as well as below our budgeted assumption for 2023. REIT collections were at 4.3 million for the first quarter, 37% are budgeted, and well below the 7.6 million that we received in the first quarter of 2022. Biennium to date, REIT collections are just over $38 million. This is 9.2% below our budgeted level of $42 million. So July of 2022 was the last month that REIT collections came in above budget. Since July of last year, REIT has come in below budget every month since then. In the latest report released by Northwest Multiple Listing Service, this was released on Monday for May home sales. The report noted that interest rates right now in our area are around 7% for the market. They also noted low inventory within Pierce County. Pierce County's inventory is at 1.09 months of inventory, and they described 4 to 6 months generally being considered a balanced market. So still experiencing very low inventory of homes for sale. Single family home listings in Pierce County were down nearly 17% from the same period in 2022. And the number of closed home sales was down more than 37% from 2022. So REIT is sensitive not only to the number of real estate transactions that occur, but also to the value of those real estate transactions. So as home prices decline from the highs we were seeing in 2021, less REIT is collected off of the sale of that transaction. The report also noted the median closed sale price in Pierce County was $544,000, down more than 6% from the same period last year. So seeing that decline in our median home values. On the next slide, we have our building and development fund revenues. So this is our permitting and planning fee revenues. This compares first quarter revenues against prior years. And what we see here is first quarter revenue at levels similar to 2018. So we're down more than 21% from the first quarter of 2022 and 45% below the peak that we saw in 2021. Number of applications were also down 9% from more than 4,300 applications in the first quarter of 2022 to just under 4,000 applications in the first quarter of 2023. These lower levels of permitting activity and the associated revenues are expected to remain at a lower level through the remainder of 2023 and possibly into the next biennium. The next slide, we have our American Rescue Plan Fund. This is a special revenue fund. So this slide provides our expenditure information through May 18th of 2023. Through May, total expenditures, so this includes expenditures from 2021, 2022, and 2023. Total expenditures were $70.2 million with $105 million remaining to spend. 26.5 million was expended in 2021, 34.6 million in 2022, and through the first 4.5 months of 2023, we've expended 9.1 million. Next slide, please. So this slide provides revenues and expenditures as a percent of the biennial budget for all of our special revenue funds that have budgets greater than $5 million. Activities within many of these funds are reliant upon either grant reimbursements, which are received after the expenditures have been incurred, or they're reliant on the timing of capital projects. So many of our special revenue funds collect revenue and then transfer out to our capital project funds to support those capital projects. As you'll see later, and you already are aware, we are experiencing many delays in our capital projects right now. A few variances to note on this slide. The first is the lower level of document recording fees for affordable housing and homeless services, which I know you are already aware of. Biennium to date, affordable housing document recording fee revenues are at 27% of the biennial budget, and homeless document recording fee revenues are at 20% of the biennial budget. For the American Rescue Plan Fund, the higher level of revenue that you see that reflects the receipt of our second allocation of ARPA funding in 2022. So we have received our full American Rescue Plan Act funding. The Housing and Homeless Fund shows slightly higher levels of revenue and expenditures. This is due to utilization of the rental assistance program in 2022 being greater than expected. The Real Estate Excise Tax Fund shows expenditure levels higher than the revenue. So this is due to use of fund balance being budgeted in the current biennial budget. Recollections were significantly above budget in the prior biennium, and those additional revenues were budgeted for in this current budget. And then finally, the Traffic Impact Fee Fund reflects payments of impact fees that are higher than what was assumed in the 2023 budget.
Ms. Demuth, I'm going to ask you to pause there. Can you come back to the points you were making about the document recording fee and the other fund you noted in that portion of your remarks?
Sure. Repeat it.
Yes, please.
Okay. So the lower level of document recording fees, so we have two revenue sources. One is for affordable housing and one is for homeless services. So biennium to date, the affordable housing document recording fee revenues are at 27% of budget. So as a reminder, through the first 15 months, we would anticipate being around 62.5% of budget. And our homeless document recording fee revenues are at 20% of budget.
We see from this chart that the biennium to date expenditures for the affordable housing document recording fee is above biennium to date revenues. Talk to us about
Yes.
that.
So likely they do have use of fund balance budgeted because those recording fee revenues were so great in 2021, started to decline in 2022. But those revenues came in above what was budgeted during the prior biennium. So they did have some use of fund balance that they were able to utilize in this biennium.
Thank you. A lot of information on this slide. Any other questions at this time about this slide? Thank you.
Moving to the next slide, this slide focuses on our capital projects funds, showing expenditures as a percent of the biennial budget. So we don't include revenues because typically the revenues are transfers in from the special revenue funds. So as I mentioned, delays in capital project schedules are driving significant under expenditures across almost all of our capital project funds. The two items I'll note here are the Clear Zone Land Acquisition Fund. So this reflects the purchase of property along I-5 and Highway 512 last year to contribute to the Clear Zone. And then for the Southtown 911 Building Lease Fund, activity for this fund is completed for the biennium. So we've closed out all activities. So that reflects the budget being fully expended.
What's the total amount of the 1% for the arts construction? Do you have a
Total budget, it's
budget?
small. It's $100,000 to $200,000 perhaps.
Sure.
It's a very small budget.
Thank you.
The total number would be in the financial tables here.
The other report, yeah.
That's a little higher. So for the biennium, it's 486,000. 116,000 has been expended to date.
Thank you. I think we're ready to proceed.
Okay.
I will note, for the purposes of just cleanup, I think naming it the Conservation Features Construction Fund has always been a little odd. um, From a nomenclature perspective and a communication perspective,
Yes,
but it's a very simple thing. We might choose to change for clarity.
could
going
certainly
forward.
do that.
We're typically not constructing anything with that fund. We're protecting land.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move on.
Okay, next slide, please. So this slide focuses on our enterprise funds. So as a reminder, these are the funds that account for the county's business-like activities for which we charge a user or consumer a fee. This shows our revenues and expenditures as a percent of the biennial budget. So revenues and expenditures for the airport fund show as being significantly below budget. This is due to the timing of the taxiway relocation project, which accounts for 75% of their total budget. So this project has been rescheduled to begin in late 2023 and will continue into 2024. This project is 95% grant funded, so revenues for that project will come in after we start expending on the capital costs. Operating revenue for the fund is coming in as expected through the first quarter of 2023. The Chambers Creek Regional Park and the golf courses funds, these two funds reflect lower levels of play, which is typical during our first quarter, fewer people out playing golf in the winter months. We do expect both expenditures and revenues to increase as we move into the summer months. And then for the Ferry Services Fund, ferry fare revenue is lower than projected through the first quarter, but that revenue typically increases as we begin moving into the summer months and there's more activity. The fund also anticipates about 1.1 million coming in from the Federal Transit Administration. That funding is typically received in the third or fourth quarter of the year. This fund will begin paying invoices next month for dry docking costs for the Stellicum 2 vessel. This is estimated to be around $3.2 million. So we'll start to see expenditures for that in the next quarterly report. Just one final note too, in regards to the sewer utility, the revenue there is a little higher than budgeted, and that's due to investment interest. So the interest earnings that they're receiving coming in higher than budgeted.
Councilmember Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. Can I get a little bit more detail on the costs around the ferry and some of the things that we've had to do when we've been down a ferry? I'm assuming there's a cost associated with that and just the impacts on that fund and where we are. So like we had a walk-on ferry brought in, we've got shuttle service out on the island. There's just a variety of different things that we've been trying to handle as the ferry's been in and out of service. And so just wondering about that, hoping we get a ferry back and we have two working, but.
Yes, we can gather some information. I know they have been incurring additional costs and repair costs, so we can gather that information for
thank
you.
you.
Can you include in that follow-up on the ferry funds, what the status is of any reserve fund associated with the ferry, please?
Yes.
Please proceed.
If there are no further questions on the enterprise funds, I will turn the presentation back over to Director Robinson.
So if we move to the next slide, we have a review of vacancy savings for the general fund. We show up in the left-hand corner of the chart that total vacancy savings for current calendar year is $10.3 million. There's authorization that have been approved for expenditures of $989,000, which provide then a net vacancy savings of $9.3 million. On the chart is displayed the vacancy savings by individual department and also those entities that have utilized vacancy savings that amount is shown also. For a few of those, for the county council, some of the vacancy savings was used to support district activities. For district court, the vacancy savings were used to increase the rate for pro tem judges. For prosecuting attorney's office, vacancy savings was used to support forensic interviewer cost. Also for purchase of additional computer monitors, replacement of monitors primarily, and some match for grant from the federal government, $20,000 to assist with that match. Sheriff's Department within corrections, primarily the vacancy savings at this point have been used for severance for people who are leaving county employment and are eligible for their leave to be bought out at the time that they leave employment, and also some funding to assist with jail recruitment. In Sheriff's Law Enforcement, similar to Corrections Bureau, some funds for the leave buyout have been authorized. Also funds to assist with recruitment and some equipment purchases associated with the underwater dive team. Moving to the next slide, we show similar information for non-general funds within the county. Here up in the left-hand corner, total vacancy savings is just over $5 million. Vacancy savings used around $82,000. So just under the $5 million level accumulated has been the net, or is the net number. Here for the park sales tax, there was some utilization of vacancy savings for overtime cost for individuals that are funded by that revenue source. And then for the radio communications funds, there were some costs associated with reclassification that was made for a position funded by that program. We will, continue to track the vacancy savings and authorize the utilization of vacancy savings in accordance with the standards that you've established within the budget ordinance. Any vacancy savings requests that are above a specified amount, $250,000. If it's not for overtime or other authorized purposes that you have identified in the ordinance, those will come before you. We'll note that you will be receiving a vacancy savings request. I believe it's just over $400,000 in total for the cost associated with the contract staff that assist with the medical examiner's office. That will be coming forward to you for consideration.
Gary, I wanted you to repeat that last part of the policy, especially for the benefit of our newer members, to understand what the use of fund balance policy and process is. Can you repeat that?
Within the budget ordinance, it specifies that vacancy savings are to be, in a sense, set aside. So what action we take within the finance department as a month is closing, if there are vacancy savings that incurred within a department in that prior month, we take away the expenditure authorization for that vacancy savings. A department under the budget ordinance can make a request to the finance department for utilization of vacancy savings for overtime for severance. And then if they're making requests for any purpose above those that are specified within the budget ordinance, the finance department has authority to authorize expenditures up to $250,000. So a few of these ones that I outlined for you are at lower dollar amounts. And we use a standard within the finance department that the funds are to be utilized for a one-time purpose and not supporting something that would result for ongoing obligation of the county. If the request is of a value of $250,000 or above, the budget ordinance specifies that that request comes to the council for your review and consideration.
Thank you for detailing.
Flag for you that there is one of that amount, a higher amount for the medical examiner's office.
Thank you for detailing that, Mr. Boki.
Thank you, Chair Mello. And I would note that has been received. I received that, I think, yesterday. And so council could take action on that as early as next week from the form from the medical exam.
Thank you. Councilmember Coover.
Thank you, Chair. I just was curious, could you remind us what the council used the savings for?
The savings
22.
were allocated to support cost within council district budgets. So it was a distribution of some of the vacancy savings to support district expenses.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Campbell.
While we're here, if we could go back up to slide 22. We've paused for more dialogue here. So I see the greatest vacancy savings we have, no surprise here. Sheriff's law enforcement, sheriff's corrections. And in both of those cases, we have offered hiring bonuses to try to attract to fill those vacancies. Is that correct?
Yes, we have.
Have we offered hiring bonuses in any of the other areas where we're falling short?
The only two categories of employment that I'm aware of that we've had incentives for either retention or incentives for hiring are within the sheriff's law enforcement and corrections bureau.
As we look at this, the next one on the list is assigned counsel. And my understanding is we're starting to have problems moving through processing through our court systems because we don't have enough assigned counsel. And this may be more a discussion for tomorrow, but do we need to look at some of our other areas? Assigned counsel, if we go to the next page, human services, where we have a high amount of vacancy savings. For some retention recruitment using these vacancy savings between now and the end of the year. To maybe fill in some of those gaps that are constraining our ability to deliver services in a timely manner.
I can state that for assigned counsel, the office has been working very diligently to bring new employees coming from law schools within the county. And I know that the director has reported out recently that that's been successful in having candidates make a choice to come to work within the assigned counsel's office. Within Human Services Department, there was recently allocation of additional funds from the state for some of the case manager positions that was directed primarily to be used for compensation so that those that are performing case management functions that are supported primarily by the state, this is aging and disability services, that compensation can be adjusted, and the county has moved forward with making adjustments in those compensation levels with the fund source being the state. So we could provide more to you, Councilmember Campbell, but those a few areas that I'm aware of actions being taken to help address the challenge that you described.
Okay, just seeing the vacancy savings, maybe, a one-time thing, not, maybe not the same level we've done with the sheriff's corrections, but even a $1,000 or $2,000 bump or something like that. Overall, not a huge impact, particularly compared to the vacancy savings that we have. But if it becomes that tipping of filling 2 or 3 vacant positions and getting the departments back up to the service levels that we've asked them to be, when we create a budget is a financial interpretation of our values, missions, and priorities. When we budget these positions, we expect them to be filled. A fully filled government is what we see as the proper level of service we should be giving to our constituents. We all know that we haven't been given the proper level of service in law enforcement corrections. We've made steps to address that. And I think as we've looked at those, we owe it to look at our other areas where we have where we're still not meeting that mark. And so not looking again at the same level, perhaps with the sheriffs and corrections, but looking at some of our the other one I see on here, your prosecutors also kind of high. So maybe just prosecutor assigned counsel helping really fill that up, because as we were getting the courts back up, caseloads are going way up, but we're seeing the people to work them dropping significantly long term. That creates a big logistical issue. So again, perhaps something for a little more discussion, but I just want to kind of look at this data and say, see where we need to be doing better. And that's one that I see.
And I'll raise that topic with the Human Resources Department also.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll just note on the assigned council item that one of the items you note, Vice Chair Campbell, my understanding is a number of the work groups there, including the attorneys and support staff, are undergoing their very first collective bargaining agreement and organizing as a collective bargaining agreement. In large part, as I understand it, because of the need to have more staff and workload balancing out and some working condition issues. So more to come. I think that's one of the many discussions we will continue to plan to have. Councilmember Denson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to support Councilmember Campbell's comments, and I appreciate having a further discussion. A couple other areas I just wanted to highlight because they're things I've heard recently or within my time here. Are shortages and vacancies within the juvenile court system and their probation officers and some of the other staff. I think they're experiencing similar phenomena to what the jail is experiencing, but of course they fall under a different category. So taking a look at their needs, I think, is really important. And then also, I believe it would be under PALS. Which would be anything related to code enforcement. So that's what I'm hearing from constituents are issues related to code enforcement, building officials, whether it's the prosecutor's office, anything that can help us make sure that our codes and ordinances are being applied equitably across the county and that those staff have the support and resources they need to be able to make sure that our codes are being complied with. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for those comments.
Director Robinson, looking at the other funds, vacancy savings, and drawing our attention to the American Rescue Plan, $200,000 to $3,000 of vacancy savings, how can the American Rescue Plan have vacancy savings?
There were some allocations of funds for staff, my recollection is within the Planning and Public Works Department to assist with the administration of the allocations of funds. And that those, I believe the decision of the department had been to utilize some existing staff rather than hiring new staff. What we may see is some charges being made to the American Rescue Plan if the choice is to charge the existing staff that were supporting that work rather than hiring staff as an alternative. And I will add from Julie DeMuth that it's also the court backlog that is contributing to the vacancy savings.
Thank you for that. And I guess that would speak to other kinds of funds, REIT Capital Improvement Fund. How can a capital improvement fund have vacancy savings sort of similar, the staff that is assigned to managing those projects go unfilled? And that's how we realize vacancy savings in the sewer utility, in the REIT Capital Fund?
Yes, and in the budget, there are specific staff identified that would be charged to the capital accounts. So the budget document, which we adopt by fund, will show that a staff person that is working on a capital project is charged to that fund. So those would be vacancy savings associated with staff that were identified to be charging to that fund in the adopted budget.
Thank you.
Okay, if we move back to slide 24, which I believe is the final slide. Let's go to 25 then. 25, which is the final slide in the packet of information for this morning. And this is a closing slide to identify what the cash balance is of the county as we were moving toward the end of the first quarter. And in this slide, it shows that our cash balance is a bit less than the first quarter of 2022. Not something that we have a concern because this cash balance is based both upon revenue posted to the accounting system and expenditures posted to the accounting system. As Ms. DeMuth noted earlier, These balances then will rise as we were accumulating payments for property taxes, some of that coming in at the end of March, but most substantial property tax payments coming into the county during the month of April. And then we draw down that balance as we progress into the fall. So if there are further questions, Chair, that you or other council members have on this component of the presentation, Julie and I are available. We made note to the questions that we were not able to respond directly to this morning, and then we'll gather that information and submit it through staff back to you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Campbell.
Thank you. Looking at this slide here, cash fund balance. Give me if you covered it. I was just looking ahead on something. Do we have a policy on what our cash fund balance percentage should be?
For a cash balance, it is our policy to have 10%. And you'll hear this speak to a 10% balance in order to deal with cash flow. Because we have revenue that comes in at different cycles through the course of the calendar year. The other balance that we've spoken about is a balance overall for the general fund, and that's a balance of 15%. The balance of 15% has been identified as a goal in a resolution that the council has adopted, and that's supported by finance and the executive. The additional 5% is a balance that we are wanting to maintain, such that if we have a downturn in the economy and we need to draw upon that fund balance in order to maintain county services, we're able to hopefully utilize that fund balance to cover reduced revenue during a downturn in the economy without impacting existing service delivery. 10% is where we need to be in order to ensure that we have resources to make payments for not only compensation of our staff, but also other obligations that we have. We'll say when I joined the county, which is now over 10 years ago, the county was coming out of the Great Recession. And one of the areas that both my predecessor and I looked at was where were we at with regard to cash balances? If we were going to run into a challenge with regard to a cash balance, there is option for us to go to private financial institutions to ask for a loan, revenue anticipation loan, in order to cover cash balances or cash flow. We haven't had to do that within our county. The state, if one goes back historically during severe recession that the state had decades ago, the state needed to go to the private market in order to borrow funds for a limited period of time in order to meet payroll.
Would we keep our AAA rating if we started borrowing to?
We would be challenged to maintain that rating. Part of what was discussed with us on Moody is our standard and our success in maintaining a balance at 15% or above.
So I heard a few different numbers in there, 10, 15, 20. So it's 10%. We really need to have 10% in the bank account just for the daily expenses and making
Yes.
sure that
Mhm.
we can cover everything. Our council adopted goal is to have that at 15%.
Yes,
Okay, that's not 10 and 15, that's
that's totally
That-
15.
15. Good standard procedures would put us closer to 20, just so that we would have maximum flexibility. Council adopted as 15, criticals below 10, critical operations.
Yes, and there are some jurisdictions around the country that are looking at having by policy a balance above the 15%. It's primarily jurisdictions and financial advisors indicating that if you have a risk of a substantial downturn in your revenue or a substantial cost resulting from a natural event, whether it be a fire or a hurricane, perspective of having a larger balance that the government can draw upon at the time that there's a crisis.
Hurricane fund. Good. All right, got a new fund we're gonna start.
I'll
Tap it
do
whenever we need it.
volcano fund.
Skokie?
Thank you, Chair Mello. Just along those lines. The policy was in 2013. It is due for an update. I've sketched out a few things. Mr. Robinson made This isn't actually an evolving kind of thing within the municipal finance community. There are options for you to look at. There are entities out there that, mainly the ones prone to hurricanes, that are setting aside in separate funds large reserves. And so in total, their reserves are very large because they can anticipate these things. We have the problem of, we're waiting for this major earthquake to happen, and we just don't know, and we just don't know what the impact will be. But there are options now, and Mr. Robinson is correct that actually 15% is at the low end of what the GFOA would like to have. I'd like to always put it in days, that 60 days is about 16% of a year. So you're just slightly under 16%. Prior to that, we had no real fund balance policy. It was a policy kind of, it was in once in a while, you'd see it in the budget book at 10%. And when it was challenged really in the Great Recession, it was tight. And so the decision was made by the council in 2013 to make it at 15. That policy needs to be updated. There are some options. It doesn't necessarily have to be higher, but as you were alluding to, there are now some folks are looking at ranges rather than a specific percentage that you have to try to target. You're in a range, and then you can decide what to do when you're at the high end of that range or you're outside that range, either way.
Vice Chair Campbell.
The areas that you talk about looking at having an additional fund balance, hurricanes, and I think I've heard some with wildfires. Is that as much a factor that the private insurance markets are bailing out of those, like they're getting out of insurance for hurricane damage, getting out of insurance for wildfire damage because the exposure is too persistent with climate change? They've said there's going to be too many hurricanes. We can no longer insure people for that. Is this the local municipalities or local governments trying to cover that gap that the private market has abandoned?
The presentation I sat through, and it was actually a municipality in South Carolina. They didn't mention that they weren't getting that. They actually went through and said, what were our costs in these disasters? And I don't know if they factored in FEMA reimbursements or not. There are some interesting things going on in the insurance world too, in regards to how they will pay towards disasters, but that's a whole bigger conversation. And but suffice to say, I think this policy of 15% has served us very well. You've seen the results of that today. The councils prior to you and this council deserves kudos, and executives for really working with that policy and embracing it. But there are options and things to consider going forward. But how the private insurance market works, I don't know.
Yeah, what's happening in Florida and Texas are pretty amazing.
Chair, if I may add to Mr. Boki's comments, in the information that I've reviewed, and the discussion on percents for government is primarily to draw upon resources for the immediate response. I've not seen discussion of a government having a fund balance to cover what is not now being offered in the private insurance market. Primarily have a resource there to draw upon when there's the immediate need.
Thank you very much. Yes, we've had, I know in my time on council, we've had robust discussions around fund balance, although we haven't tweaked it a lot. There are some changes happening nationally that could be worth looking at, but it is something we've looked at every time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That completes our look at the biennium to date and zeroing in on the first quarter of 2023. I'm going to ask us to take a brief recess to 11:35, and we're going to come back and look forward to the budget outlook for the remainder of this biennium and the budget outlook for the next biennium. And then we're going to take a break for lunch after we do that, and then continue our agenda. So let's be in recess until about 11:35. Thank you. The council's back from its recess, its morning recess. We're going to move to section 4 of our agenda, the budget outlook for the remainder of this biennium and looking into the next biennium. And I'm going to call on Ms. Julie DeMuth, the Assistant Director for Budget and Performance, to take us through this next presentation. And then we'll break for lunch after this. No pressure that you're standing between us and lunch, Ms. DeMuth. This is a really important information. Go ahead. Welcome back.
Thank you, Chair Mello. Council members, I'm Julie DeMuth with the Finance Department. I will take off my current biennial hat and put on my 24-25 biennial hat. So spanning several years here today. If we move to the agenda, so I'll be covering 3 broad topics today. The first is a budget overview. So this is an overview of our 24-25 base budget. We'll look at the financial outlook. So this will have some information regarding the outlook for 2023 as well as the next biennium. And then I'd like to provide you some information on our process around budget development, the work that we do to come up with the executive's proposed budget that comes before you in September. So beginning with the budget overview, if you can move to the next slide. So the base budget is our starting point for building the biennial budget, and the base budget will undergo many modifications before the executive's proposed budget is presented to you in September. The base budget is developed by taking the 2023 adopted budget appropriation. We then remove all salaries and benefits, fixed costs, and our one-time sources of revenue and expenditures. The budget and performance team within the finance department then works very closely with departments to build our pre-calculated costs for the 24-25 biennium. We also develop the indirect cost plan for 2024 and 2025. And we project out all salary and benefit costs for the biennium at a very detailed level. These new costs are then loaded into all department base budgets. So the county's 24 and 25 total operating and capital base budget is $2.9 billion. This is 6% below, or $178 million below the 2023 and 2023 adopted budget. So that's typical because we are removing all of those one-time allocations and other one-time projects. The 2024-25 general fund base budget is 0.4% or $3.2 million above the 2022-23 adopted budget. So this is notable because, as we've stated, the current biennial budget includes a little over $60 million in one-time allocations. So those one-time allocations are removed. So the actual increase that you see in the general fund base budget is around $65 million from the current biennium. On the next slide, this is an overview of our total county budget. So our budget does include 82 different funds. We develop in partnership with departments, detailed budgets for each of those 82 funds, and I believe a little over 40 sub-funds within some of those funds. The general fund is the largest fund within our county, comprising 31% of our total biennial budget. Special revenue funds account for 38% of our budget. Enterprise funds account for 14%, internal service 9%, capital funds 7%, and debt service is 1% of our total budget. On the next slide, this shows our total county budget by function. So countywide, our budget accounts for a broad array of activities and services. When we look at the total county budget, public safety is our largest category of expenditure at $517 million. This is 18% of the total budget. Our second largest category is social service activities at $478 million, or 17% of the budget. When we look at criminal justice functions, which accounts for both public safety as well as our legal and judicial functions, this accounts for 27% of the total county budget. But when we look specifically within the general fund, criminal justice functions account for 77% of our general fund budget. So a significant portion of our general fund budget committed to those services that we provide within the public safety arena as well as our court system. So on the next slide, please. This shows our total county budget by major category of revenue as well as expenditure. So looking at revenues, tax revenues, and specifically property tax and sales tax are the largest sources of funding for the county. Tax revenues comprise 36% of our total revenue budget, followed by charges for services at 26% and intergovernmental revenue at 18%. In terms of expenditures, operational costs are our largest category of expenditures at just over $1 billion for the biennium. That is 38% of our total base budget. This is closely followed by personnel costs, so all of our staffing costs at 37% of the budget, also just over $1 billion for the biennium. Next slide, please. So shifting specifically to the general fund, salary and benefit costs drive a significant portion of our general fund budget. Personnel costs account for 70% of our total general fund budget. As you can see on this slide, the general fund has seen substantial growth in our expenses since recovering from the recession back in 2008 and 2009. Much of this growth is expected as our county's population increases, and that increase in population places higher demand on our county services. Since 2014, personnel costs have increased 50% or a little over $200 million, and our operational costs have increased 72% over that time. In the general fund base budget for 24 and 25, personnel costs are $609 million and operational costs are $234 million. So some significant cost drivers that we have within the general fund include primarily increases in compensation as well as our medical benefit costs. Projected cost increases associated with these two items, so compensation and changes in medical benefits, are around $12.5 million annually for 24 and 25. I'll note that this is in addition to the $13.8 million in new compensation costs associated with the interest arbitration bargaining agreements for 2022 and 2023. Another significant driver are increases in our workers' compensation costs. This is associated primarily with our law enforcement activities. And then we are also experiencing significant increases in our costs for insurance. Again, much of these increases pertain to our public safety functions. Next slide, please. So you are familiar.
I'm gonna ask you to pause. Thank you, Ms. DeMuth. Councilmember Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. Where do payouts come? Like if we were paying out a claim, is that out of a specific line item?
So insurance costs are allocated out to departments. So risk management calculates the cost of our insurance premiums, potential claims. So we look historically at claim activity. And so we have a pre-calculated cost that's then charged to each department and fund. So largely based on historical claims activity and then our costs for insurance within the next biennium. So when a claim is filed against the county, costs to pay out that claim will come from our risk management fund, where those the revenue from the pre-calculated costs accumulates. So that's our self-insurance fund.
Okay, and okay.
Similar for workers' compensation as well. Departments are charged a rate per productive hour for every employee. And those revenues then go into our workers' compensation fund. And when a workers' compensation claim is filed, the payout occurs from that fund.
Okay, because I remember last biennium, there were changes to workers' comp and we saw some increases. So I didn't know if
Yes.
we were projecting more increase?
We are projecting increases. Those increases are largely within, so we have three different workers' compensation rate types. So there's LEF, which is our law enforcement workers' compensation rate. We have a hazardous rate, which is our corrections deputies, as well as employees that are out in the field for planning of public works and parks. And then we have kind of our normal rate for those of us that are in offices. So the largest increase is seen with our rate for law enforcement. We do have significant increases in the rate there for the next biennium. There is our rate for office workers is, I believe, actually declining just a bit, but the amount of that rate is very small. So there's not a significant amount of savings there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Demuth, I'm going back to the previous slide. When we look at the bar graphs on the right here, and it excludes CARES Act funding in 2020. Should we assume it excludes ARPA funding for the current biennium?
Yes, it does. So we excluded the CARES Act funding because it creates this large anomaly.
Right.
So we pulled out the CARES Act funding because at the time when we received the funding, we placed it within the general fund and we expended from the general fund. When we received the American Rescue Plan Act funding, we created a special revenue fund that received those funds. And so all of our expenditures for American Rescue Plan expenditures they hit that special revenue fund as opposed to the general fund. So removing the CARES Act just normalizes our general fund numbers.
Makes sense. So when we look at looking back towards the 14-15 biennium to the current biennium, we see that operational costs and personnel costs seem to be growing at the same rate proportionally. But then looking forward, which is what we're doing with this section of the agenda, looking forward to the next biennium, operational costs reduce pretty substantially. What's going on there?
That's primarily the 60 million in one-time use of fund balance that was included in the current biennial budget. So that shows up within our operational costs. So you see that large increase there, but it's really due to those one-time allocations.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Next slide, please. So you've seen a similar chart here in the quarterly financial report. Just shows our total general fund revenues by major category as a percent of the biennial budget. So property tax, of course, being our largest source of revenue within the general fund. Property and sales tax combined provide for 71% of our general fund revenues within our base budget. So growth in property tax is very stable. It's predictable year to year. Its growth, however, has been limited to 1% each year since 2001, in addition to the value of new construction and improvements. So property tax revenue itself is not able to keep pace with the increase in our costs and the county's expenses. And this has resulted in a higher reliance upon our sales tax revenue, which is a much more volatile source of revenue. We're having to use sales tax revenue to fund essential county services. However, it's very sensitive to economic conditions. So as our economy expands or contracts, so does our revenue source. A very minor recession or even a period of no growth can have a pretty significant impact on our sales tax collections, not only for that current period in time, but then it's rebases us for growth in future years as well. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the number of budgeted full-time equivalent positions. So going back to 2014, we have seen steady growth in the number of budgeted positions, here at the county. Since 2014, a little over 300 positions have been added countywide, 182 of those within the general fund. Criminal justice functions account for 48% of our county staffing and nearly 80% of our staffing within the general fund. I will note you do see a decline in 24 and 25. This reflects the removal of limited duration positions as well as contracted services no longer provided by the county. So specifically 20 law enforcement positions associated with our Pierce Transit contract that has ended have been closed, and those have been removed from the base budget. In addition to that, 19 positions for assigned counsel and the prosecuting attorney to address the court backlog have been removed. Those positions were funded by American Rescue Plan Act funding through the current biennium. Another 19 positions had been added for workload associated with Blake and other legislative changes impacting the prosecuting attorney's office and assigned counsel. So those positions have also been removed. We do have indications that some of those positions will likely be requested back for the next biennium. So we will need to look at potential ARPA funding to help with the court backlog if general fund is not available, and then funding from the state to assist with the Blake workload. Next slide, please. So that completes the overview of the 24-25 biennial budget, and we'll shift now to the financial outlook. Next slide, please. So this slide focuses on our two main sources of revenue within the general fund, property tax and sales tax. So property tax revenues increase at a very steady rate of approximately 2.7% each year. That includes the value of the 1% as well as new construction and improvements. So as you can see, that dark blue line is a very steady increase upward, not a significant increase, however. Sales tax has grown at a higher rate since we've recovered from the Great Recession. I will note it took 5 years to return to pre-recession sales tax levels. So it wasn't until 2013 that we returned to the sales tax levels that we saw in 2007. Sales tax had record growth during the pandemic, increasing 20.5% in 2021. And as I mentioned, we had 6.5% growth in 2022. We are, however, forecasting sales tax to decline in 2023 and return to a more moderate growth level, hopefully in 2024. So a few different impacts here. Director Robinson kind of discussed the economic conditions that we're experiencing nationally. So a lot of this driven by our higher interest rates. I think we also need to think about our local region here, where during the pandemic, we had many people shift from working in an office to working from home. That drove up online sales, from everyone's home. So we experienced increases in sales tax. People also weren't out spending money at restaurants and other kinds of activities. So now as we return to a more normal economy, we have some people shifting back into an office. They're going out to restaurants. They're spending money out in the economy, likely incorporated areas rather than unincorporated. So a couple different conditions that we need to consider when we forecast our sales tax. Next slide, please. So speaking of forecasting, so our research and data analysis team has developed a statistical model for forecasting sales tax revenue. So this is a new model that we are operationalizing. This model uses multivariate linear regression to create quarterly forecasts over a 3-year period. So multivariate regression uses historical data to measure how variables of interest, such as building permits or property taxes, are associated with outcomes such as revenue. This method is a way to use historical relationships between variables and outcomes to make informed decisions for the future. So that team tested a number of different models using many different economic indicators, and they tested it against our historical actuals. So the model that we are operationalizing now derives its forecast from 3 primary economic indicators: consumer spending, construction employment, and building permits. So our analysis showing a very strong correlation between sales tax growth and the level of construction and development activity within our county. So this model allows us to monitor changes, proactively respond to various economic fluctuations. It uses a number of different data sets, primarily from the U.S. Department of Economic Analysis, the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the U.S. Census, the Federal Reserve, and the Economic Revenue and Forecast Council at the state. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the sales tax forecast is updated quarterly and it will forecast out for a 3-year time period. So the last update that we had in April shows a slight decline in revenue growth in 2023 with moderate growth returning in the next biennium. So currently what we're forecasting is around 3.7% growth in 2024 and 5.1% growth in 2025. The sales tax forecast will be updated next in early July. So at that time, we'll look at the results and we'll revise our projections not only for 2023, but the next biennium as well. Some recent data and commentary does suggest that a drop may happen more in the third quarter of 2023 through the first quarter of 2024. So I know over the last couple of years, this potential recession keeps pushing out. So the decrease that the model is currently seeing for 2023 could also push out into 2024. Next slide, please.
Clerk Hoover has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. DeMuth, do these tax revenues differentiate between brick and mortar and online?
No, this is our total sales tax that comes to the general fund.
Okay. Is there a way to separate that out? Are there?
In terms of the forecast?
Well, current and forecast.
Current, we do. Some of that data was provided in the first quarter financial report where we break out the sales tax by sector. I would have to check on whether that level of detail would be available for the forecast. I'm not certain that it would be.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair Campbell.
Since we're paused, you said that you'll be reassessing your sales tax forecast in July. Will that be the assessments upon which you'll be basing the full budget presented in September or delivered to the council in September?
Yes.
Okay, so watch that closely because that'll really dictate where we might be. That is where we will be working from. When would be the next update after July?
It would be October.
October. So we would get a new update before the council finalizes the budget.
Yes.
So of course is steady unless there's a major correction in the middle. So we could potentially in the middle of our budgeting process have to adjust to a new forecast coming out positively or negatively more. So if it came out far more negative than what was anticipated in July, we may have to make some assessments or adjustments because we adopt in November. So hopefully it remains pretty steady and we don't have to look at that, but understanding where we might see some changes through the process. Thank you.
Ms. Smith, how often does your office get an update from the team that's modeling the sales tax?
It is our team. So quarterly, although we have analysts that are being very diligent on keeping up with the news on the day-to-day basis. So they're quite aware of everything that's happening within the economy, both locally as well as nationally. So that's, they have a sense that perhaps the drop in sales tax might be pushed out a little bit later into the year. Although for April and May, we are seeing that decline. So we'll look closely to see what June and July brings.
Thank you.
Okay, on this slide, so this slide is intended to demonstrate the potential of a recession on our sales tax revenue. So while we are forecasting a decline in our sales tax growth in 2023, we are not necessarily forecasting an actual recession at this time. So we do anticipate growth to return to pre-pandemic levels, hopefully in 2024. Should a recession occur, however, those impacts can range in severity from no growth at all to a severe recession. And based on our analysis of prior recessionary activity, we've defined a minor recession as a 1.8% decline in revenue, a moderate recession as a 3% decline in revenue, and a severe recession as an 11.5% decline in revenue. So this chart demonstrates the impacts of a potential recession in 2023, which could range in sales tax revenue loss from $3 million to as much as $15 million. So maintaining an adequate general fund reserve, as Director Robinson mentioned, allows us that ability to effectively manage through a minor or moderate recession, potentially without having to reduce any of our critical services or resort to layoffs. We'll also note that the level of the county's general fund reserve was a significant factor in Moody's upgrade of our ratings to AAA. And as they noted, any significant deterioration in our reserves or the county's liquidity could lead to a downgrade of our rating. So our general fund reserve plays a large part in the ability to attain that rating. Next slide, please. So this slide shows general fund budget to actuals going back to 2014. The dark blue line is our budget and the brighter blue line reflects actuals through 2022. So it's important to note, as we've mentioned previously, that our current biennial budget assumes over 60 million in use of fund balance for one-time expenditures, largely capital projects. So that's why you see the large increase in 2022, as most of those expenditures, those transfers occurred in 2022. So from 2014 through 2018, you see moderate but steady growth in the general fund budget. And beginning in 2019, there's more significant growth. And since 2019, actual expenditures have also not kept pace with that same level of growth in our budget. That level of under expenditure has steadily increased over the last 3 years, largely attributed to our vacancies, of course. So that higher level of under expenditure has resulted in the growth of the county's general fund reserve. And of course, while our general fund reserve has grown in recent years, we can't rely on those funds to sustain ongoing operations long-term. So it can certainly help us balance the budget and get through the next biennium or even two. But long-term, we have a budgetary issue that we are seeking to resolve. Next slide, please. So currently we are faced with a structurally unbalanced budget. We have that within our current biennial budget now. So our revenues are insufficient to pay for our ongoing costs, and we are relying on our use of fund balance to help carry our ongoing costs. For the 24-25 biennium, reductions within the general fund are proposed to slow the rate of growth and to begin to align our expenditures with available resources. So base budgets for the Sheriff's Department, that includes law enforcement as well as corrections, are reduced 2%. All other operating department budgets within the general fund are reduced 4%. So this reduction level is less than the 5 to 7% that we were originally anticipating earlier this year. And that's due to a few primary factors. So first is the significant amount of vacancy savings we had in 2022, which resulted in an increase in our fund balance. Second are higher levels of interest earnings. So those are projected to be around $24 million in 2024 and $22 million in 2025. Interest earnings will decline after the next biennium, but they'll remain at higher levels than we saw in pre-pandemic years as interest rates remain at a more normalized higher level. Finally, the legislature adopted lower employer rates for retirement, and that resulted in significant savings for the county. So we had savings of over $11 million total in the next biennium. $6 million of that was within the general fund and $5 million for our other funds. So as you can see on this slide, the proposed budget reductions are not going to result in a decline in our budgeted level. So our budget is still growing and it's intended to slow that rate of growth. It's also important to know that the 2 to 4% budget reductions, they don't resolve our structural budget deficit in the next biennium, but it is an important first step to get our budget balanced over the next few biennia. I'll also note that the idea with the budget reductions is we do not have any new revenue within the general fund in the next year. That revenue is more than consumed by our increase in cost. So we do anticipate that some of the reductions that we're taking across the general fund, some of that will likely need to be used to reallocate to higher priority areas or to more critical needs. So for example, court backlog, Blake caseload, if we don't have other funding sources for that, we'll need to reallocate resources within the general fund to fund those initiatives. Next slide, please. I just want to note some other county revenue trends. So national and regional economic conditions, coupled with, of course, some significant legislative changes we've experienced recently within our state, continue to impact our revenue sources countywide. The jail revenue, we've mentioned several times, that's declined significantly during the pandemic, and it's not projected to return to pre-pandemic levels. And that's driven by legislative changes impacting our policing as well as the judicial system, along with extreme staffing shortages that we have within corrections. So jail revenue is reduced approximately $2.5 million each year in the 24-25 budget. District court fine revenue has also been increasing over the last several years, and it continues to decline. District court fines and penalties are $2.2 million lower in the next biennial base budget. All of our county revenues that are tied to real estate and development activity are also lower. So this includes our impact fees, our real estate excise tax revenue, our permitting fees, and our recording fees. We anticipate many of these revenue sources will return to levels that we saw in 2017 and 2018. We've mentioned interest earnings, so those have increased with a rise in interest rates, and we expect those interest rates to normalize long-term at levels higher than the near 0% that we saw pre-pandemic and during the pandemic. And then finally, federal relief funding provided by the federal government, most notably our American Rescue Plan funding. These funds will begin to sunset, of course, American Rescue Plan Act funding ending in 2026. Next slide, please. So this slide focuses on homeless document recording fee revenue, which, as we discussed earlier, is driven by real estate transactions, primarily home sales, but also refinancing. So when we had those really low interest rates back in 2020 and 2021, a lot of people refinanced their homes. So that was part of why we saw the large increase in our document recording fees. Both of those activities, of course, have declined as interest rates have risen. Homeless document recording fee revenue peaked in 2021 at just over $10 million and then declined sharply last year in 2022 at just over $6 million. So it's projected to continue to decline to $5.1 million in the current year, $4.2 million in 2024, and $4 million in 2025. On the next slide, this shows real estate excise tax revenue, also driven by real estate transactions, but as I mentioned, very sensitive to home prices as well. The decline in REIT is attributed to our lower real estate inventory, along with our higher interest rates and a reduction in housing prices. So REIT also peaked in 2021, where we received just over $35 million, and it's projected to decline to levels that we see in 2017. So that concludes this section on the financial outlook.
Questions about the financial outlook before we get into the instructions given on the 2024-25 budget development? Vice Chair Campbell.
Just, you mentioned at the last one, at the end, American Rescue Plan winds down in 26. If you could remind us of our key timelines in that.
Yes, so all funds for American Rescue Plan have to be fully committed by the end of 2024. Now, there is a lot of debate and discussion nationally around what does that mean? Currently in the final rule, what it's specifying is that those funds essentially have to be under contract by the end of 2024. A lot of questions have been raised by a number of jurisdictions, though, for example, payroll costs, that will extend into 2026, obviously not technically under contract there. So there is discussion happening with GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association, and US Treasury around kind of broadening that definition of what it means to have those funds obligated by the end of 2024. There has been some discussion that perhaps jurisdictions should have the ability to define that. For example, if the funds are allocated in a budget, does that mean the funds are committed? So a lot of discussion still occurring. Not sure when we'll have a final answer, but right now the final rule does state that we need to have those funds essentially under contract by the end of 2024. All funding has to be fully expended by the end of 2026.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, we can have it under contract 2024, spend by the end of 2026. However, if the project we contract falls apart, we lose that money.
Lots of discussion around that as well. So if something does not come to
It
fruition,
wouldn't come back. And so
Yeah.
I say this as a caution, as we look into building our ARPA budget for 2023, we'll have till the end of 2024, but that'll come very quickly. And whatever we have locked in, if we have a great idea, but it's not happening, that money could go back to the federal government currently as it stands. And so my encouragement as we go forward and look at budgeting is that we look at more certain expenses than speculative. We've had some freedom to be very broad in our thinking and more entrepreneurial and taking risks, but I think we need to get more conservative as we hone in towards that 2024 end of 2024 date. Thank you for the information.
Good preview to our next section after lunch on the American Rescue Plan Act and that very discussion. Please proceed.
Next slide, please. So this last section here provides you some information on activities that we do as we develop the next biennial budget. Next slide, please. So the biennial budget, of course, is developed every odd year, and we typically conduct a mid-biennium adjustment at the end of each even year. So this slide here just shows the various activities that occur throughout that time period, recognizing that it's really a cycle. So we're continuously budgeting. Base budget development. So our team has been hard at work since January of this year, all the way through May, building those base budgets. And those base budgets were released to departments at the beginning of May. In May and going into June, we've been conducting some community engagement. So I'll have some more information on that in a slide coming up. Departments begin submitting their budgets to the finance department in late May, and it's a timeline that extends into June. And then starting in June, we begin conducting budget meetings. So those budget meetings include the executive and his team, the finance department, and then the department representation as well. So those meetings are held in June and July. A lot of information is shared there to help drive decision making. The executive's proposed budget is finalized by the end of August, and then we begin preparing the budget book and the release of that budget, which will come to you September 19th. Council budget hearings, of course, in October and November, with council adopting the budget in November. We then begin working on executing the budget. So that's some work that we do to load budgets into our financial system. We begin monitoring and forecasting. So working with departments to monitor their budgets, monitor their performance measures, and forecast out their expenditures and revenues. Next slide, please.
For the benefit of newer members, By state law, local governments, including ours, must have a balanced budget adopted no later than December 1.
Correct. Yes. So our county's budget development process places a strong emphasis on strategic alignment and data-driven decision-making. And the activities and tools listed here are used to evaluate and inform our resource allocation decision. So that includes our strategic plan framework, performance measures, community engagement, decision package requests, equity considerations, and then research and data analysis. Next slide, please. The strategic plan framework is used to set priorities, allocate our resources, and ensure that departments are focusing efforts toward a common vision. The strategic plan framework currently includes 11 strategic objectives across 3 priority areas, those being vibrant communities, entrepreneurial climate, and effective government. Next slide, please. Performance measures are a critical component of budgeting. So internally, we use performance measures to tie our resource allocations to outcomes, both intermediate outcomes as well as long-term outcomes. Performance measures help support data-driven decisions, and they provide an internal management tool. So as we monitor those activities and those performance measures throughout the biennium, that allows us to make adjustments, whether it's process or policy, so we can see areas that are successful or areas that are challenged and may need some improvements. Performance measures are also very important externally as well. They help the public understand what we are doing as their government, and they help improve ultimately outcomes for those people that we serve. Performance measures are required. They're a required component of our budget book. This is required by the Government Finance Officers Association, which evaluates and rates our budget document each biennium. Those reviews are considered and used by bond rating firms when determining the county's bond rating as well. Next slide, please. So we're excited to incorporate community feedback in the development of the executive's proposed budget for the upcoming biennium. So an online open house and a survey have been launched to gather feedback and help guide recommendations for the proposed budget. So the survey asks our constituents to provide input on what they view as our strategic priorities, what their satisfaction with county services are, and how the county, we ask them how the county should reduce its general fund spending. So are they willing to raise taxes in order to keep our service levels at the level that they are? Are they not? So we ask for that feedback from the community. The survey and the website were launched on May 16th in 4 different languages: English, Spanish, Korean, and Vietnamese. Digital ads went live on national sites as well as all the local papers in our area. Our communications department also is in the midst of conducting a social media campaign, so targeting Facebook and Instagram, TikTok, and Nextdoor. We also provided translated materials to our community navigator departments, as well as several of our human services outreach groups. So really trying to get out into the community and target some of our more diverse populations. So as of Monday, the latest report that we had received is the digital ads have had total impressions of over 1 million with 3,700 clicks. 19 survey responses had been received with around 800 completed surveys. And my understanding is since Monday, that number has continued to go up. So hopefully we can reach a broad audience and get some good feedback from the community. As of right now, that survey is scheduled to remain open until about midweek next week.
Thank you. Councilmember Hitchin.
Thank you. What's the plan as far as getting that data back? Is that something that's being shared with the council or published online or?
Yes, so we will make the findings available. The agency that we have contracted with for some of this work, they will pull down all of the data and they'll prepare a final report that will come to us and we'll make that report available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dominique, you included the survey in the last county legislator to help do our part to help get the word out, and we can continue to do so. before the,
Yes,
before it closes, if there's
we
more,
did see increases after the email went out.
great, we can,
Fair.
we can keep using our channels. Councilor Hitchin.
I'm wondering if there's a possibility of emailing it directly to everyone who serves on a board and commission in the county. I assume we have their emails and they might have a better idea of some of the priorities since they're talking on behalf of
Good
us.
idea.
Yeah, I'll speak with communications about that.
Okay, thank you.
Good idea, highly engaged group.
Yeah.
Vice Chair Kimball.
Thank you. I look forward to the data as it comes back in the presentation. I've heard feedback from people who were filling out the survey that it was a little too binary, I guess is the word. You know, do you want to increase taxes or have more public safety? You know, and the way some things were framed really didn't create, it was very yes or no, and not really understanding the nuances of governance, which is always more on a spectrum. It's out there, so I'll look forward to what comes back. We as a council may want to do a deeper dive survey using this as a basis to get some guiding questions, but perhaps looking at more of a spectrum of information coming in, because just some of the binary, mostly what people are saying is, I would need more information before I can answer that question. I need more information before I can answer that question. I need more information with what you're looking for to answer that one. And so when I look at what some of the other municipalities have done with their much more broad outreach in a smaller geographic area, and this may be for the council, for us to guide our decisions in the fall. We don't have the deadline that you do, but just some reflections on what I've heard from several people. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks for those reflections. Ms. Demuth, to your knowledge, does the county participate in the American Community Survey?
Yes, we do.
Could we, if you probably don't have it at your fingertips, but when you follow up on this open house engagement and this survey that the executive's office is leading, could you follow up on how often we do the American Community Survey, assuming it doesn't happen every single year, and what the results, could council get a presentation on the results of the last American Community Survey, please?
Yes.
Councilor Denson?
Yes, Ms. Demuth, could you just repeat the date by which you are anticipating closing the survey?
Currently, it's next Wednesday is the estimate. We do have the ability to keep it open a little bit longer if there's interest in doing so. You know, the idea is that we'd like to get that input and feedback in to help inform decision-making, which will primarily occur in July. So we do have a little bit of flexibility in timing, not a ton, but we do have some.
Thank you.
Councilmember Coover?
Thank you, Chair. I have not looked at the survey yet. Do I assume that there weren't any boxes there where someone could put in their own comments?
There are. So there's some narrative questions, particularly at the end of the survey. And then depending on what you select in some of the questions, a narrative box would open up and allow you to explain why you chose a particular option. So there are some opportunities for narrative.
Okay, and I would appreciate if you could extend it at least through the weekend.
Okay.
Through next weekend is your request, Councilmember Coover?
Correct. So it's a week from, or next Wednesday. So if it went through that following weekend. Maybe deadline midnight Sunday. Sure.
Thanks for taking our suggestions, Ms. Demuth. Do you have other suggestions about doing some extra outreach to boards and commission members and others? So you're balancing a lot of deadlines. Thank you for taking our input. Please proceed.
Okay, next slide, please. The decision package requests. Departments use decision package requests to propose a change to their base budget. So the decision package request form has been pretty significantly redesigned this year to incorporate information critical for decision making. So some of the key questions and content included in the form are what is the problem or opportunity the request addresses? Are there alternative options? What is the impact if the request is deferred to the next biennium? How does the request further the county or department's strategic goals? Identifying performance measures and targets used to evaluate outcomes. Identifying the data that was used to inform the budget request, and describing why the request is the most cost-effective way to achieve the targeted outcomes. Due to our very limited general fund resources, all requests that are for general fund support will also be required to propose a reallocation of existing budget capacity. So if a department wants to bring forward a proposal that's of higher urgency or higher need than a service that they currently provide, they have the option to propose a reallocation of their current budget to fund the new service or program or expansion. So we have developed an algorithm for scoring these decision package requests. Each request will be evaluated based on the level of urgency, strategic alignment, fiscal impact, cost effectiveness, performance measures and outcomes, the data that was used to inform and support the request, along with equity considerations. These decision packages, they really help us provide transparency and accountability into decision-making, and they help to ensure that our scarce county resources are allocated based on strategy and data-driven decisions. Next slide, please. Equity is increasingly recognized as an integral component of our local budgeting process. So we have made a good effort to incorporate equity into our budget development process, primarily through two main vehicles. The first being the decision package request form, and the second being what we call an equity strategy form. The decision package request form will collect information on potential equity impacts of a budget decision. So we ask for information on community and stakeholder feedback, identifying those intermediate and long-term outcomes, cost effectiveness of a proposal, number of clients served, per unit cost, and what the target population or geographic area is. The equity strategy form, this is a new form that's completed by each department to provide information on how equity is being incorporated into the department's hiring practices, their workplace culture, their strategic planning, and their service delivery. So we'll take information from both the decision package form as well as the equity strategy form to create the equity note that will come to council with the proposed budget in September. Next slide, please. So finally, I believe this is the last slide. I wanted to highlight the work that our research and data analysis team is doing. They provide a lot of decision support for our county's priority areas, including criminal justice, housing and homelessness, behavioral health, diversity, equity, and inclusion, along with our open data efforts. So this slide highlights current projects that the team has worked on or recently completed. So those include an analysis of competency restoration times, behavioral health sales tax monitoring, a comprehensive overview of crime, case outcomes analysis. So this looks at our criminal justice process from booking all the way through sentencing. Our use of force analysis. We have a number of open data initiatives. And then our equity work, so development of the equity note, the equity index, and then currently an equity analysis of our procurement practices. We have also focused efforts on homeless services, so working with human services to support their provider monitoring, their homeless crisis response system monitoring, and their developing a homeless system cost model to help inform budget decisions. So much of the work that the team has done in partnership with human services is available to the public. So there are several dashboards. We have provider report cards that are available and performance metrics as well. Some analysis on juvenile violence prevention that was done recently. We've also analyzed our permitting staffing needs, permitting fees, our revenue forecasting, and are currently working on a land use analysis. So looking at land still available in Pierce County and how that might be developed or utilized in the future. That concludes the presentation on our budget overview.
Thank you, Ms. Demuth. Fantastic job of summarizing a lot of information and all the decision points and information that goes into advising the executive as he considers his draft budget for council consideration. So thank you. It's good to really take time to understand the forecasting, the data you're using, the analysis and process you use. Really well done. I would be remiss if I didn't say you summarized the major components that the tools that your office and the executive uses to evaluate and inform resource allocation decisions, and those all make sense. Those are great. I would be remiss if I didn't say I really hope the finance department and the executive also takes into account council's priorities as one of the major pillars in when the executive develops his draft budget for council consideration.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Is there any other questions about what we've heard from Ms. Demuth about the budget outlook for the remainder of the biennium and next biennium and the process the department uses and the executive uses to make budget consideration? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Ms. Demuth. It is a 12:35 right now. Mr. Boki, what is the likelihood that we could start the closed session at 1 o'clock based on your communication with the department?
Thank you, Chair Mello. I'm anticipating that Ms. Archer will be here around 1:15. I think that we told her 1:15, but she'll probably be in that range.
Okay,
Or we could go into the ARPA discussion. Or do you want to go to closed session first?
we told them 1:15. Let's see if we can get them here at 1. So here's what I'm going to suggest. I'm going to suggest we break for lunch until 1, and then we're going to move immediately into a closed session, which will take us to 1:30. So the council will be in recess for the purposes of lunch and a closed session for collective bargaining discussion. We'll be in recess until 1:30 for those purposes. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. The time is approximately 1:36, and we're back for the special meeting of the Pierce County Council for the purposes of a council budget retreat. I'm gonna turn to Mr. Boki with council staff to introduce this next item related to the American Rescue Plan Act. Mr. Boki.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Mello, Paul Boki, council staff. So this section is about the American Rescue Plan Act. There's a specific request that the council has asked for at this retreat, and Mr. Robinson and Ms. Demuth are here to speak to it, and specifically the process of determining commitments and reallocations. And then there'll be some time for, and that'll be up to the council of talking about council priorities, specifically the American Rescue Plan Act. And you can see there, and this was provided, and you went over it this morning, that there's currently all of the available funding for the American Rescue Plan Act has been allocated for this biennium. So 149,395,000 you see there in column 2. The amount of remaining as of May 18th is 105,598,726. Number of those items, you can see the categories up there under economic stabilization and recovery. There's a number of items. The big outstanding items are broadband and the municipal partners project. The broadband was budgeted at 15 million, the municipal partners at 10 million. Some of those are projects that will occur over the next few years. The broadband one is just getting started. Some of the municipal projects may go this year, they may be later.
So is this
in
our hold on.
packet?
Confused.
No,
Yeah,
so
it's right
yeah,
up there.
20.
Yeah, it's 8-page. Yeah,
Page
so this
20.
was back in the previous presentation. It's page 20 of the packet.
Yes.
Under community response and resilience that's where almost all the housing items. Some of those are immediate need, emergency type of housing projects. Others are construction projects, which will take a number of years. And under essential government services, big portion of that is going to go out this month because it'll be the second tranche of the retention payments for the sheriff's deputies. The first tranche was last June, the next tranche is this June, so a significant amount of that will be spent here by the end of this month. But the question came up that there are going to be funds that the council or the executive may want to reallocate or may become I can't say the word reallocatable. And so is that a word? And
Now.
so the council would like to have this discussion. The council requested that finance be here to talk about the process that the executive is planning to go through to make determinations on their side. And then the council will have time to discuss where they would like to put the emphasis of any reallocatable funds.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkie. Thank you for making up new words. Director Robinson or Ms. Demuth? Ms. Demuth.
Good afternoon, Julie Demuth with the,
Feel free to raise the podium.
On.
can you hear me?
We can.
Right. Good afternoon, Julie Demuth with the Finance Department. So we are looking at American Rescue Plan Act funding as part of our budget development process for 24 and 25. We have requested departments, so primarily Human Services, Economic Development, and Planning and Public Works, to provide us with detailed expenditure plans spanning out to 2026 if needed. So what we are looking to identify at a detailed level is, will those funds be committed by the end of 2024? And then will those funds be fully expended by the end of 2026? So we are in the process of collecting that information from departments. We'll begin analyzing and reviewing it in more depth this summer, so primarily in July. That will help us understand what funds may become available for reallocation. I will say departments are working very hard to expend their funds, within these categories as they're currently allocated. So we'll have to do some in-depth reviews to really draw out items that might not be expended during the applicable time period.
Ms. Demuth, thank you for those introductory comments about the direction you've given to internal county departments in particular that council has already appropriated funds. What communication has occurred with external partners that council has appropriated American Rescue Plan Act funds for?
So if funds were allocated in the budget, that would have been communicated from the county department that was responsible for those allocations. So primarily, that's likely Human Services with a lot of the community group allocations. Finance is also managing many of those allocations going to specific community groups as well. So between our two departments, we have been in touch with those groups, contracts established or being established, and many payments already being made.
And do those contracts that are established with ARPA dollars, is it abundantly clear by which date they need to have funds spent?
Yes, it should be. Yes.
We often, no offense, we often hear confusion and in the community, and I'm just anticipating confusion here. We didn't know any number of things.
Well, with that comment that there may be confusion, we will double back for the departments that are administering the contract. So we have that clarity with those that are recipient of funds. Recall, though, that in the budget for the current biennium, we are appropriating funds that are anticipated to be spent within 2022 and 2023. For funds that would be expended in 2024 and 2025, those resources will need to be appropriated in 24 and 25 budget also. And that may be where there's not as clear an understanding, but we'll clarify that time period with those that are contracting with the county.
Thank you. So maybe let me turn to Councilmember Hitchin and I'll continue to ask some refined questions. Councilmember Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess my question is, what comes to us as far as Project X was funded, you have a plan, we think it's in jeopardy, or are you going to make recommendations that this is funding that's available and it's going to be reappropriated? It's who's deciding that?
What we have discussed with the executive's office is if we're identifying areas where funds are not anticipated to be expended, that recommendations would be made by the executive to the county council. With the executive, I believe, looking at the same criteria and priorities that were used by the council and by the executive's office and the allocations previously. Final determination on the expenditure of the funds would need to be through a reappropriation or a new appropriation for the next biennium.
And then when we do the budget process, every single item that is needing to be reappropriated, we'll have to actually reappropriate in the budget book or somewhere in there.
Yes, in the budget ordinance.
Okay, fun stuff.
And that's
Glad I
reflected
don't
in
have that
the
job.
budget document. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Denson, your light has gone on and off.
I know, because I'm not sure how to say this, but I guess I just want to, and I think everyone understands, but Chair Mello brought up that we need to make sure people are prepared if they expended their funds by the end of 2026. But somewhere in the middle of 2024, we need to have maybe some reassurance or assurance that they are going to be able to complete this project, because otherwise we only have until the end of 2024 to recontract it with another entity. So I just want to make sure we think we're going to finish this up by 2026, sometime in 2024. We have to know, because if we don't recontract with someone and they're not able to finish the project, we have to turn that money back to the feds, right?
Yes, so we concur
this.
With the statements that you shared, is we want to ensure as a county that we're taking full benefit of the federal funds that have been allocated to us. We, as a county, had a similar deadline, because we had a deadline for the expenditures of the CARES Act funding, the initial allocation of the federal government to respond to COVID-19. And some council members may recall, if you're observing what we were put in practice at that point in time, we had weekly reviews as to what the expenditure pattern was going to be, and reach out to any of the entities that were not demonstrating that the funds were being expended. We were anticipating that all the CARES Act funds needed to be expended by the end of the calendar year to which they were allocated. It wasn't until very, very late in the calendar year that the federal government allowed for extension of the expenditure of those funds. But we came in with the target, achieving that target of expending them by the end of the calendar year.
That was a very busy December 2020.
Yes, yeah, we had charts. Of course, we're into charts in the finance department, but it would be what the expected amount was, and then we would, almost like a fundraising activity, indicate how much of that capacity was being expended week by week. Yeah, and areas that we really have to be attentive to are any of the capital expenditures, because that involves contractors, involves construction timeframes, and we need to ensure that for any of those expenditures that are going for capital improvements, that we're attentive to having them be contracted and expended by the deadline.
Vice Chair Campbell.
So while with CARES Act, we were able to feather it in at the end of the year, I don't think we're going to quite have that luxury, because we're getting guarantees of work that we still don't have 100% guarantees on.
Mhm.
What date do you see in 2023 as our lock-in date? Because we don't want to be shifting tiles around in December of 2023, because if we've got to reallocate it to something else, we need time to set that in place. So what date should we put in the budget as we will return, and everything is go, no go by October 1, September 1, July 1.
It would be our desire that the budget that is adopted by the council and executive at the end of the calendar year by December 1st has fairly definitive expenditure plans for which we have confidence going into 2024 and 2025. Now, as we, your question, Councilmember Campbell, is relating to 2023. As we go into
It's 2024, sorry, yeah.
as we go into 2024, we will conduct the monitoring that I was describing. And should we need to have a supplemental budget in order to make an adjustment, I would recommend that that adjustment be made by mid-year, probably not much later than that.
So a complete block in by July 1, if you can't 100% give us confidence that you will complete this contract by 2026, then by July 2024, then we will reallocate, potentially reallocate, I know.
Well, potentially. And the reason that I'm suggesting that is that there may be an opportunity for an entity that is receiving the funds to refine an expenditure plan. But I believe that we need to be prepared to have the decisions made so that if there are any adjustments that would need to be made in contracts, any new contracts that we may need to enter into, that we have the opportunity to do that prior to the end of 2024.
So we're looking at July 1, 2024 as pretty much either you have 100% said or very high certainty said, I will complete this by the end of 2026. And if we're not confident in that, then we can pull back the funding, reallocate it, something we have confidence in.
Just
Just want to be sure we're all on the same page here, not thinking, oh, we have till the end of the year when really we only have till the middle of the year.
No, we would recommend that those choices be made mid-year, not waiting until the end of the calendar year.
Councilmember Krueger.
Thank you, Chair. This question might be moot, but I'm wondering if there were any allowances. So at the end of 2026, is that being the deadline? What if there is a situation where there are components that are needed for infrastructure or projects that are delayed or cannot be received that cause, and it's through no fault of anyone?
Yeah, under the standards that have been set by US Treasury, that would not be permissible to extend an expenditure beyond 2026.
Regardless of the situation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So the conversation I'd like to cause with council now is whether the county would have $10 or $10 million of reallocated, unspent, unused American Rescue Plan Act dollars, whatever the amount would be. I think it would be useful for us to at least begin a conversation about what council's priorities are. In the event that it becomes clear that during the development of this fall, for the development of the next biennium, that there's a need to reallocate. Certainly, this can be an ongoing conversation as we approach the July 1 date of next year, July 1 of 2024, the sort of really must-have date. But nonetheless, I think it's important for council to at least begin the conversation. If there were ARPA dollars to be reallocated, what is council's priority for reallocating those dollars? Vice Chair Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for bringing this forward. And since we don't know whether it's 10 million or more, I have confidence that there will be some. And we may not know where it's going to shake out of, but we found this in, CARES Act where we thought we'd have overages, we didn't, where we didn't think we'd have them. This is a certain plan, all of a sudden, it just didn't come together. So I would go back to the very first thing that this council invested in the pandemic with CARES Act funding, or even before CARES Act funding, which is food security. And making sure that we have a strong, robust food security, EFN, Nourish, whatever we see fit but however, we can continue to use these to strengthen our food insecurity network of responding to that. The other program that I'd like to see us address is one that I brought forward in the mid-biennial, pending redoing the entire ARPA budget. I pulled it back, but it was a jobs program for youth and young adults that we funded previously through ARPA, through Workforce Central. It had countywide impact, created benefit for employers, created benefit for low-skilled workers, and was great at job creation. So we know it fits under ARPA. Workforce Central need a little bit of time to get it up and running, but it's something that I think we could literally plan as a 2-year, all the way through the end of 2026. So 3-year, 2024, 25, 26, 3-year plan that could hit on many of the benchmarks that we have of wanting to reach people countywide, help our youth and young adults, help our employers, sustainable economy. So those are the two things that I would like to see us look at.
Thank you for those thoughts. Councilmember Krueger.
Thank you, Chair. Broadband. It will provide the ability for folks to earn incomes, generate revenue, which can generate new entrepreneurs who can generate jobs. It a lot of ingenuity in that is something that is lacking more than I think most of anything. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Krueger. Councilmember Denson.
Yes, thank you. I will second the food security that was on my list. Youth employment, I would like to maybe take another look at the program, just because I'm not familiar with it. But in addition to all the benefits that Councilmember Campbell mentioned, I also think this has a lot to do or can address some of our youth violence issues. I believe strongly in keeping kids busy. That's what I do with my kids. So I like that idea. Broadband. Thank you, Councilmember Krueger, for bringing that up. That was on my list as well. And then finally, working on safe parking and stabilization sites / sanctioned encampments, whatever we want to call it, for our most immediate folks in unhoused situations. Thank you.
Voicing those priorities. Others. Councilmember Hitchin.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to see if there was anything to add. I think all of these are truly beneficial. I think my biggest thing is whatever it is, I want to make sure it can be done within the calendar time. So that would be what I would be looking on, and what is going to be a one-time expense that's going to help in a long time again. So all of these could, but looking at things like broadband, infrastructure, purchasing property for doing safe parking, sanctioned encampments, even looking at if we need to do something quickly, I'm just going to throw this out there. We know we need a new health department like that. There are things that need to be shovel ready to go, put them under contract, get them done. And I just, whatever it is, we're going to have a tight, constrained timeline. So whether it's like, we know we have RFPs that are going out for housing projects and things. So just really thinking about whatever it is, we don't want to send money back. So I think no matter how amazing the program is, if it's something that can't be done, or we think it might be done, that's not the time to fund that project. That's going to be something that I'd be looking at. So, but all of these really lend themselves. I think the one that I want to second strongly is safe parking and stabilization sites for unhoused. We can't build fast enough the number of people living in tents, and as communities in Pierce County continue to push people out of their community who are living unhoused, they are getting further and further out, further away from services, further away from transit, and harder to handle, which then creates a more desperate situation, which then negatively impacts them more and community more because we cannot find them. And I think it would be really good to kind of create that infrastructure where we have some very specific spots to start working on those populations, because our tiny home village is a long time out. So doing something intentionally to try and work on that as a county would be good. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other priorities to voice for unspent ARPA dollars? I would just add, thank you for all those thoughts. I think it's a really good discussion. My current thinking is broadband is incredibly important. I'm really pleased the council has appropriated $15 million of our ARPA dollars to broadband. We're actively trying to get it out the door in many different ways, public-private partnerships, leveraging state and federal dollars to turn that 15 million into 30, 50, $60 million worth of broadband expansion improvement. So it's really important. I think 15 million is, I don't know that I would appropriate any more at this time to that. I think we need to demonstrate that we can spend the 15 million and get something off the ground. So I think it's super important. We have $15 million. I don't know that we've spent a dime yet. There's lots in the hopper. A lot of people working really hard. We got to spend those dollars by the deadline. If opportunities present themselves that we can leverage more, I'm very open, but we've already appropriated 15 million. And want to make sure we spend that at least and leverage it. It is really important that we expand broadband access. The two I would just bring voice to as well. I really like the youth paid internship program. I think it's for all the reasons Vice Chair Campbell articulated and Councilmember Denson. Perhaps we can take some lessons learned from the first time our partners designed this. Perhaps there's some room for continuous improvement, but I think the first phase went quite well. Always room for improvement. So learning from the first year, how we can continue to meet multiple of our policy goals, as Vice Chair Campbell mentioned. I think the program does help us meet multiple policy goals of this council. So the youth paid internship program is something of a high priority for me. I would hope we could figure out how to fund it for 24, 25, and 26. My second priority for unspent ARPA dollars is non-congregate shelter. So we've talked about safe parking, stabilization sites. I'll say non-congregate shelter. I think if we could do these are one-time dollars. If we could do one-time investments and build more non-congregate shelter we think that the data during the pandemic is showing that non-congregate shelter, as opposed to traditional shelter where people sleep in cots next to each other, is what works. People take that service. They take non-congregate shelter over sleeping in cots next to someone else in a traditional shelter setting. So non-congregate shelter of various kinds, especially outside of Tacoma, to invest in that is a very high priority of mine. We got to build up the homelessness response system. We know we have a comprehensive plan to end homelessness that's calling on us to spend an additional $117 million a year in order to respond at the rate we know we need to respond to. We're not coming anywhere close to that. So those are my priorities: the youth paid internship program and more non-congregate shelter, and these other homeless response programs that might be ready to go, safe parking, stabilization sites. Thank you, Council, for that discussion. I know finance staff and our staff were taking notes so that they can reflect this in discussions with others. I'm grateful that we were able to voice our priorities at this time. We will stay close. As we get our budget updates, we will do a committee of the whole in the next couple of months to continue to track really closely ARPA expenditures. And then leading up to this mid-2024 must have assurance deadline of mid next year. We'll continue to track together. Final comments about this section of our agenda before we move to a new section. Vice Chair Campbell.
So we're adopting a biennial budget for 24-25. But when it comes to ARPA, because the expenditures have to be compelled by 24, are we actually kind of doing a 3-year ARPA budget? If that makes sense, I mean, because we are going to be planning expenditures in 2026. Of which committed in 2024, but won't happen till 2026. So do we just, when we get to that part, have a little more bump out of, and these expenditures will happen, but we're authorizing them now?
Hi, Gary Robinson, the Finance Department. As we authorize the expenditure of ARPA funds for the current allocation, we were anticipating a time frame as to when those would be spent through the eligible deadline. In a similar fashion, as we adopt the budget for next biennium, we would want to identify what we're anticipating to be expended in that last year of expenditure authority. Even though it's not appropriate, we would need to anticipate whatever would be extended into 2026.
So that we'll have like a little column for 2026.
Yeah, I mean, we would identify, yes, what the schedule is.
Okay, so we're doing a biennial, triennial budget almost in some ways.
Yes, and then given the budget authority that we have, you know, we would authorize the formal expenditure for 2026 in a subsequent budget.
Thank you. Just want to be sure we're kind of on the same page on that.
Thank you for those questions. Mr. Boki, any final remarks on that section before we move on?
Yeah, just a couple of items. You made mention of a future Cal. The next committee of the whole for budget right now is scheduled for early August. I think at that point in time, we had some preliminary discussions about maybe a deeper dive into some of the where the contracting status is for some of the larger items, especially for the housing. I made mention earlier, housing and broadband are the two big ones.
And
Because
the
there's-
sewer water.
and the sewer water
projects.
because there's major capital projects, multi-year, and the council is, you're put into this position where you've got this deadline, and it's a very difficult decision for you because you're going to have to make some judgments as to, is this project really going to get done? I mean, how long do we dance with these people? And remember, that a lot of times in the housing projects, maybe the same or a little bit less so on some of the water projects, the municipal partnership projects. They have to bring money to the table. And as you know, some of those housing projects are multiple sources of funding, and those can come together very slowly in some cases. The world of finance is changing as we speak. So it's going to be staying on top of where those contracts are, because NOFAs have been done, but where are those projects? What do they look like? And that will give the several departments involved, mainly Public Works and Human Services, time to put that information together.
So preliminarily, as council's hearing, preliminarily, that is one of the main topics for the Budget Committee of the Whole for the August Budget Committee of the Whole. Councilmember Hitchin, I see you thinking.
See me thinking. Thank you, Chair. So when we do contracts, I'm going to use the sewer and water projects. Those are with municipalities. Is there something in there that in our contracts with those municipalities that has like a drop dead date? Like, did we put those in the contracts with those entities saying that by this date, this has to happen? Because they're in the same boat. A lot of them used ARPA dollars as well, but I don't know if that was the case for all. So I'm just wondering if we actually clearly put a date in the contract.
Ray Robinson with Finance Department. It's my recollection that dates are included in the contracts. What I will check on, particularly for the infrastructure contracts, if there is any component of the contract that speaks about progress reports and kind of demarcation points, if the progress is not being made, what action would be taken. So
Okay.
I'll check on that for council and bring that back to you.
And I think any of the housing projects, if any of those were funded, be good to know as well, because I know some of those could get tied up as well.
Yeah, certainly. And for some of the housing projects for which the county has allocated resources, some of them are for new construction, others are for making a purchase of property, whether it be land or a facility that is already constructed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that follow-up, Director Robinson. As council would recall, we went into excruciating detail, as we should have, on the Community First Village, $23 million appropriation, about demarcation points and progress reports and check-in points and spend points. So using that as an example, because of how important it is that we spend by a date certain and have certainty that we're going to have performance. I think that's what we're asking for with these major budget items. I don't see any other hands on this topic. Thank you for that discussion about the status of the American Rescue Plan Act and council's priorities for unspent funds. Let's move to section 7, council initiated budget requests. Mr. Boki, can I ask you to help me introduce this item, please?
Thank you very much, Chair Mello, Paul Boki, council staff. We also have Ms. Rebecca Chapman here to discuss. We have pulled up the council initiated budget request budget form for the 2024-2025 biennium. I believe the chair sent this out a number of weeks ago to the various council members. Let me just quickly go through a number of reasons, and this actually came up from a number of discussions amongst people on the staff. So there's a lot of good reasons to use this form. One is the early information helps the council to determine if the request matches the council priorities, which you'll begin to speak to, or to talk about this afternoon, because you'll be getting them in early. The information does help with the contracting process. So when Ms. Chapman goes through this form, you'll see that it's there's a number of questions in the form that need to be answered up front. And so if there is actual approval by the council of the expenditure, that can just go to the applicable agency, applicable department, and really help with that contracting process. So the council is trying to help with the contracting process, which you've had several discussions about. And there's also the issue of what I call cutting in line. A lot of outside groups have made it a practice actually of coming in very late into the budget process and asking for things, and being successful with that. And that's certainly the prerogative of the council. But there are other groups that have gone through processes. So they've actually gone through and gone through allocation committees, or they've gone to the executive, or they've gone to, and they either didn't get as much or they didn't get any. And so hopefully this will give the council a chance to get everybody in there early, so that everybody can have a time, and the council has an opportunity to really look at these before the rush of the ending of the budget process. So there are a number of other things that need to still be decided by the council. If there's going to be a selection process, if you are actually going to sit down and maybe go through these applications that come in, and whether you're going to do that. Funding availability, of course, because we've had those discussions this morning that funding availability may be difficult this year. And then what dates, what cutoff dates, and those kind of things. But with that, Ms. Chapman is here to walk you through the form and give you some idea of what's in there and what we're looking for.
Thank you, Mr. Boki. Welcome, Ms. Chapman.
Thank you, Rebecca Chapman, council staff. I would like to start with just a very brief history of how this form came to be. 5 or 6 years ago, we had no process of an entity providing us with information. They might reach out to a council member direct, maybe with violence prevention funds, or direct allocation through miscellaneous current expense. We would amend it into the budget, and then finance and us staff had no information about these organizations. We didn't know who to contact. We didn't have an email or a phone number. We didn't have any information about the program or project that they were that they would be planning. So Mr. Boki and I created a form that was then sent, we would then send through your staff to these organizations after the their program was amended into the budget. So that we now had something that we could provide to finance for them to follow up with these organizations. So finance had a name, a contact number. They had an overview of what the program was. Through the years, what has transpired is that council needed more to provide to these organizations prior to anything being added into the budget. So that's where this form has come from. So what we're essentially doing, what we've worked with finance on is to replace. I say replace, what I mean is upfront, if you as council members wish to use this request form, it would in essence replace the form that we typically would send out after the budget has been signed off, if that makes sense.
There will not be double work if the project. is
No,
not funded.
so it was really important for me to not create a burden to any of these organizations by filling out this form twice. So finance and I, we worked with the existing information that we had and then discussed what information would finance need without making it burdensome to anybody to complete this form. So what we've started with is basic information. What we've started with is which council district. Now you will see that there are 7 districts listed and there is not a all. The intent is that, well, what my understanding was for the use of this form was that if an organization reaches out to you as an individual council member, you would then send them this form that they would then return to you. But we need to know which council member sent it. So the district would be displayed. It will go into an email, which probably myself will then send out to yourself and your assistant for review. We did not include all because we did not see this as a request for proposal process. This is a communication between yourselves and an entity. It doesn't mean that the program or project that they are suggesting doesn't serve the entire county. All it means is that they are directly having this conversation with you and you are working one-on-one with them. So I just want to explain that's why there's no all council districts or the whole county.
And you'll get to it. There's a place in the form for them to communicate the population.
Right.
served.
And I'm afraid this is a PDF, so I should have opened it. I opened most of the other things, but so the first line there says, please select the appropriate council district. So when you're sending this out as District 1, then they would click District 1 and send it back to Councilmember Morel, for example. I feel like there might be a question.
Commissioner Kimball?
It is a little confusing because it sounds like, when I first filled it out, I was thinking of a project that was multiple. So I was like, how do I click multiple? But since that's a contact, then maybe we should change it to council district contact.
That is a great suggestion. And I think that might help clear up any confusion about why there is a district that you're selecting.
Right. And maybe if rather than having numbers, you just have the council members' names in
Okay.
the drop down, because that way, because they may not off the top of their head know our district number. So then they're off, this is something that they're doing on, as you talk about personal communication, let's personalize it.
I think I think that would help clear up any confusion on that. So the question and I'm sorry, I'm not going to go over each question, so I'm not going to waste your time. But I do want to point out that the question to the right is, do you have the financial capacity to do this through a reimbursement process? If you say no, then immediately there's a little stop sign that comes up and says basically, do not proceed with this form because The intent is that the organizations need to understand that we are reimbursing them for expenses that they have already spent. So they would either through contracting or through, I don't know what it's called, but there's another process that we use that they could send in an invoice to the county with their receipts that we would then reimburse them for that. So then we just go through the regular information. If you go to the next page.
Councilmember Hitchin has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Chapman, I love the idea that we're stopping them early with the reimbursement. However, just in case they're not understanding what we mean, if it's a new person and doesn't understand what that means in that warning box. So again, could we ask them, to please contact
Yes.
the council member and we can follow up? Because maybe they don't understand what that means. And maybe we weren't clear when we sent it out, but I don't want somebody to see a big red stop sign and just give up. If it's somebody I've already talked to, I think has something that's valuable, or Councilmember Krueger has something valuable in her district that she wants to have done. And
Yes, and
we
I
thought
mean,
we were clear, but
we felt that it was,
I think it's great to have it
Okay.
right at the beginning. I just don't want to I don't want it to be just a complete and total shutdown, especially in case somebody is going, hey, fill this out for us, right? Like I give it to somebody on my staff. They don't know, they click it and they go, hey, boss, I can't go up beyond this. It says no. And then you've
Right.
created this.
A little bit
And-
of an explanation, maybe, Ms.
Yeah,
Chapman,
sure,
right? The
absolutely.
county works on a reimbursement basis.
what I neglected to mention at the beginning is that there is a website that it is a hidden website that you would send to these organizations, and then they would access the form from the website. So the website does have a little bit more information. It gives examples of invoices, it gives examples of contracts, so that your organization can read through some of this information and see if it's something that they think that they can comply with.
Okay.
It also provides contact information for the finance department if they have questions, but I think directing them back to the council member is a good idea so that you can have further conversation with them. We certainly don't want to intimidate anybody into not completing the form. We just wanted to try and make it clear to somebody who is maybe a startup or doesn't have the resources. Maybe they're asking for $1 million and they don't have $1 million to spend upfront, that there is a process for this. And if they cannot provide them, if they can, anyway, okay, so carrying on, then we have, we've asked for a budget proposal for them. We've never asked for this in the past. We are not asking them to use a form. We're just asking them to provide whatever they want. And this is to help you as a council member determine whether or not you think that their project is something you would want to support. So I'm not sure that more explanation is needed, but there is.
Councilmember Denson.
Yeah, I just had a quick question, just a little bit above that. It talks about other funding and it says other types of funding. If it is county funding, please list supplier contract numbers. I wouldn't know what that means. I assume you mean other county contacts? Who's the supplier?
I'm waiting to see the page myself, so.
Oh, sorry. On the
Oh,
second
okay.
page,
Is that the second page?
under funding details.
Okay, maybe we had gone too far.
Page 60.
Page 60 of the packet. The next page.
Can you use the arrows and
I would be happy to look into that and get back to you about that. That might be the best solution.
Yeah, just making sure it's very clear to these
Okay.
nonprofits, because I don't even know what that means, so they probably won't
Oh,
either.
is that, okay. Yeah, so this actually, we had not seen this page before. We saw the page. This is the page just beyond their organization contact information, so their address and, so they can, the contract number, I think if they know what their supplier contact numbers are, it's not a required box. It's if they have that information.
And
But,
that's a
but
county.
finance can look up that information as well. It's just to help the process along, but it's not a requirement.
You keep reminding us that this form, there's a website with lots of information that informs this form. Is there more on that website about supplier contact?
No, and perhaps what we should do is almost do a little video or something explaining each box and what it is.
Like
Or
if-
some sort of, I don't know,
FAQ.
I'm happy to work with my contacts in finance to maybe make it a little bit more walkable, user-friendly, to explain where you can find this information if you're an existing supplier.
And I just want to know when things like supplier contract, trust me, Ms. Chapman and I did not come up with that, right? This was done in concert. In concert or certainly in consultation with the finance department and the folks that work on these. And that actually, work on the contracts and various things like that. So when we come up with supplier contract, that's really their nomenclature. It's not. So that's part of this whole compromise, that they would have contract numbers if they were already in some type of relationship with the county.
And to that point, actually, if somebody's got other contracts with the county, they may absolutely understand this. So maybe it's just me.
So the box, I've clicked yes, because this is the term is gone from my head. Dynamic, it's a dynamic form. So it obviously starts, you do not see that, please list other funders. When you say yes, that we do receive funding from other sources, then those other boxes open up. So what I've tried to do in this is just show you what it would look like if you were clicking the yes boxes to give you the full picture. But you can also say no, and it doesn't preclude you from carrying on with the form.
Councilmember Krueger?
Thank you, Chair. Why would we need that information anyway?
It's for you, it's twofold. Number one, it helps finance if this is already if they're existing in Workday in the system, they can get the information from an existing contract that they might have. But it also might help you to determine whether or not you want to proceed not supporting, but if you want to consider working with this organization to try and find funding for them through the county.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Hold on, Mr. Dominique. I don't know what,
Brian Dominique, Communications Manager, Pierce County Council. I just want to say that we are available, the communications team, to help in any way with the website and put some information out that way.
So the finance team currently oversee the form. It's called a Cognito form. And so I've been working with the finance team to create this. I will certainly bring Brian and Jaire into the conversation with the finance team, but at the moment, we do not have we don't have editing rights. So I work with finance on that. And I believe it might be, I don't know how these Cognito forms work, but they own them. So, can we go to the next page? So, okay, now we're talking, now here's the budget. So again, we've asked, based on information I received from council members, we did want them to provide a budget, but we did not want it to make it onerous to an organization. Some organizations have grant writers and some organizations do not. And we want to make it very simple for them to provide in whatever form that they would like to provide it in. And the budget is for your benefit. It is not for finance's benefit. So this is something, if they choose not to provide a budget, well, it looks like it's a starred box. So I believe that they have to attach something. But this is meant to help you through the process. Then we go through prior allocations. Again, I've clicked through the yeses so they can provide. So it's again, because it's a dynamic form, because I clicked yes, it opened up these boxes. They can fill in this information as they have it. And if we can go to the next page. Then we have, I can't read the top, were the activities on this project.
Were the
something?
activities of the previous project successful?
Thank you. So they can provide information to you. And again, this form goes to you first. It does not go to finance. It's meant to assist you with if it's an organization that maybe you're not familiar with, or perhaps they're starting a new project, or we've never funded their project before. This is all meant to assist you in determining whether or not this is something you would like to suggest that the council and the county support. Then we have the project information. This information was on the form that we sent to them that we've used previously. Maybe just details about the project. We're calling it project, but perhaps it is a program. We're just using project as an overall title, information about it, the populations. This is so that you understand how it will be used for public benefit. If there are no questions on this, can we go to the next page?
Vice Chair Campbell has a question.
Well, it's kind of the whole project information section.
Mhm.
Put my mind if someone who's filled this out before, it's a little repetitive. And we could probably eliminate one or two of the questions and kind of rephrase them, because so it asks for project address if different than above. Well, I'm thinking, well, my project is I'm gonna bring together a group to clean up streets. So now I'm going to try to list all the streets that I'm going to try to clean up because it says project address. 3 questions down, it says project location.
Okay,
So if,
we can clean that up.
yeah, but then also the first one is describe a detailed description of the project, of the entire project. Love it. Third question, describe exactly how this project will benefit the public. Okay, it's a little different. And then the one below that is describe in detail the specific project that this request will fund. And I'd be like, see
Okay.
above. I mean, to me, I'm asking the same question.
We probably, I see your point. These questions were specific requests from finance. Because and I think what we need to do is provide more information to the organization. Maybe we spell out better why we need this information. The detailed project, from what we understand, sometimes organizations will just cut and paste from their website. This is who we are and this is what we're doing. And they're not providing, they're providing information about them as an organization and maybe not the project or program that they're running. Finance would frequently have to follow up with these organizations to say, we actually need to know what this project is and the benefit that it is to the public. So that's why they were saying, describe exactly. We can certainly wordsmith this a little bit and also provide better, perhaps we can eliminate the top question and just go into, I am happy to work to try and fine tune this a little bit more so that it doesn't seem redundant to an organization.
Maybe some of our organizations who have a really good relationship, send it over to them and say,
Could you review it?
Right,
That's a good
but-
idea.
yeah, some of these questions are, I just answered that. Wait, you're asking me the question again, another way. And it's just simplicity is good.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't want finance to have to go back to them 3 or 4 times, but
I think the best plan right now is maybe for me to go back to the people I've been working with in finance and see if maybe we can reword some of these and eliminate that it might look like it's redundant, like we're asking the same question in 3 ways.
True.
Because again, we don't want this to be onerous to any organization. We want it to be as simple, as succinct as possible. Some are better than filling these forms out than others. And so that's probably why we've asked it the same question in 3 ways.
yes, thank you very much for your work on this. This is very helpful. So do appreciate it.
Can we go to the next page or were there more questions?
Please proceed.
Okay. So again, more details about the goals of the projects, and I'm happy to relook at this with finance again to make sure that we are not asking it now 6 times, but that we are looking for specific information. And again, I think maybe a step-by-step with details of what we're looking for that we can provide in that webpage might be helpful to these groups if they have a question. Almost like when you're filling out your IRS form and you can say, oh, what does 1B mean? And then you get that detailed information about what we're looking for, and maybe an example. So I've now clicked under project type, I've clicked physical or capital improvements only because I believe that is the only one with the dynamic form. But the intent is that your organization would select one item that they would see their project falling under. I've selected this one only because if they are doing a capital improvement, there is a prevailing wage aspect that falls into it. And the county has really been very cognizant about making sure that these third-party organizations understand that if they are another government, I think the city of Puyallup or one of the other cities was building a fence. Well, obviously, we know that they're going to be compliant with prevailing wage. But when you're working with a nonprofit and they want to build a fence, we are trying to encourage them perhaps that we would supply their supplies, but we wouldn't pay for the labor because the prevailing wage can double the cost of a project for these groups. So this is just to make clear to them that if they are asking for a capital project, that they understand that there's a prevailing wage aspect. And then finance has provided some links there with what prevailing wage is. And maybe we could put some links into some of these other questions that we were talking about where we need, maybe doing something like this, it would be so they can just click on it and not keep going back and forth to a web page. We will improve this form to make it perfect. And this is basically the end of the form. I think there's one more page. So they're just acknowledging that the information that they've provided is correct and accurate. So again, the intent of this form was because we had a request from council members that they wanted to provide something in advance to the budget, so that rather than us sending the form after we had adopted something into the budget, that this would give council members an opportunity to determine whether or not this was something that we could consider. It also provides us with an audit trail, and the form just looks very professional. I have to say, I think finance did a really great job on it. I'm really pleased with the suggestions that they made. And I think that it takes us up a step from just using a PDF form to sending people a link that is dynamic, that they can click through. And I think it just takes Pierce County just that one step closer to being a really a cutting edge county with how we do things.
It is very helpful. Councilmember, we have questions. Councilmember Hitchin?
Thank you, Chair. The last question before you get to the project type where we ask what are the final outcomes of the project. I really like the idea because I know that's one of the things, especially in human services, that we're looking at some sort of measurable outcome. And I know that's one of the snags that we were running into. So if the people that are doing the work identify the outcomes, I think that will help our human services contracting aspect of this, because that's one of the things they try and decide what are the outcomes, and if the people that are providing it can actually do it. And then I guess my second question, and this may have been where you were going, is so you've said this comes to us.
Mhm.
Is it a PDF that they have to then email to us, or
No,
it's
so-
automatic?
They will complete the form online. It's an online form. And then once they hit
Send,
send,
save.
it then comes to a special email that's been set up, which I am part of. And then I think there are a couple of people from finance. And it comes both as an embedded form in the email, and then it comes as an attachment. And it will look exactly the same as what you have been receiving from me now, what we use for the miscellaneous current expense forms. what they also do is, because the only way we've been using these forms is an after the fact for the budget, they will often include their ACH form or their W-9. And when I send those to you, I always remove that information. So you are only receiving the form because you do not need their W-9 or their ACH or any other information. And I know Councilmember Campbell had brought this up about trying to lessen the amount of protected information that goes out. And I do want to assure you that although the entity is sending it with their form, it basically lives in the email repository and it does not get sent anywhere else. So finance pulls it direct from that email repository and I pull it. And like I said, I always remove those attachments that are not pertinent to the form.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
I think I just need to see one to make, I get that the attachments aren't coming, but there are other attachments that are in here, like the budget and things. So I'm just
So yes, we've never had a budget attachment that will get sent to you.
okay.
And I am happy to, well, if you'd like, you can each fill out a sample form.
I almost
And
already
I would
did,
be
but I
happy
couldn't think
to
of a great
forward
project.
you what it looks like in its entirety. So you can each be your own little entity and try it out. I would also like to point out that we are not currently using this form for violence prevention. We do have a cognito form that we have created for violence prevention, but the violence prevention is so specific to the needs of unappropriated children and youth in the county that it became very overwhelming to try and include it all in one. What I'm thinking about is perhaps we can put it all in one and we can have a hidden, not a hidden, but are you applying, like, is this a program? I don't know how to phrase it, so I'm not sure what to do, but that it could be you click yes, and then it opens up what human services would need because they currently need different information for their projects. So I want you to understand that we're basically working with two entities. We're working with finance/procurement, and then we are working with human services. And this form is not for violence prevention. Now, sometimes the miscellaneous current expense project will be sent to human services to contract, which is fine. That's fine. They're fine with that. But when we're looking at violence prevention, there are a different set of criteria and perhaps less of some of the other questions that are on there. So I realize this is a little bit confusing and it's not ideal, but that's where we're at right now until we can maybe combine the form into something that encompasses everything. And I see you're disappointed now.
No, I'm just managing time. I think we're good. I'm not disappointed at all. Ms. Chapman, have you or Mr. Boki been able to meet with Councilmembers Herrera and Denson about violence prevention funds?
Yes, I have had a conversation with, for sure with Councilmember Denson. I believe we've had a conversation about it with Councilmember Herrera.
I just want to make sure they're up to
Yes.
speed and know how the
Yes.
process works so they can.
And I know that we don't know what the violence prevention allocation per district will be this year, but I indicated to Councilmember Denson to assume it could be somewhere around 37,000 because that has what it has traditionally been over each year. And again, this money, and perhaps you want to do it differently, Councilmember Mello. We have traditionally just appropriated a 1-year violence prevention appropriation, even though we're in a biennial budget.
I know the council has gone back and forth. Let's let members think about that and see if the council has a strong preference of budgeting those dollars annually. And we do it again in a mid-biennial adjustment, or if folks want to do it at the biennially for the whole biennium. So folks, think about that. I'll check in with you in a couple of weeks to see if you have a strong preference, and I don't have a strong preference, so we'll see if any members have a strong preference. One last thing, Ms. Chapman, thank you for working with finance. It takes a great deal of time to create the tool, hear from council what the need for the tool is and design a tool, take our suggestions for continuous improvement. Thank you very much for that. And you heard some ideas today again. I guess I also wanted, you and Mr. Boki stated quite well the utility of the tool. I guess I want to offer to my colleagues, I think that the tool is helpful because we undoubtedly will have community members ask us, how do I get county dollars? It just happens. And having something to send them so that you can get information and weigh that, bring it back to here if you decide to advocate for it. And then within the confines of available resources, we'll have obviously a group decision to make about what we can afford and what our priorities are. The other utility of the tool, and maybe we might work on this in the coming weeks. The other utility of the tool is to be able to communicate with community members. There are other ways that the county goes about investing in our community, right? There are a lot of programs that we have go through request for proposals processes. The majority of projects that will get requests through this form are community-based organizations for community-based projects, community-based programs, social and human services, largely speaking. I think it's useful to have a accompanying email that can have the links to all the different grant programs we have, where maybe they're not successful through this process, but they might not have known that there's a behavioral health competition that's on this cycle, or violence prevention funds that are appropriated through these different processes, where there's two different processes, by the way, for violence prevention funds, a competitive and then a council directed, or PASTA, or you get the point. Having those in one place to make it, again, making it accessible for community members so they don't have to know where to go, or that's a barrier, right? So we might work on something that we might be able to digest in one place. This is one avenue to get funding. There are other avenues to get funding, often in a competitive, often through a competitive process. But knowing that and seeing your way through that might be a real asset for our community.
I think that's an excellent idea. I'm just thinking, oh, how could we do this? Could we put links that go to the human services? But
You've done this for me before.
yes, and I also I would like to echo and say I am frequently suggesting to council members to let the organizations that they're supporting, particularly through violence prevention, be aware that there is a competitive process, so that when you leave office, that the group that you have been supporting through your time, that the new council member may not support them, and you don't want to leave these organizations high and dry, because the process is almost 2 years, right? The RFP might come out in February, and then the recommendations are made and agreed upon in maybe August, and then included in the budget. And then that money is for the following year. And so these organizations almost miss out on 2 years of funding. And our goal is to support you, to support these organizations to get the funding that they need. And it may not be through direct appropriation through the council. And so anything we can provide to assist these groups with other funding sources, I would love to work on that. I am very passionate about that, if I can say that. It's a strange thing to be passionate about, but
I've noticed that. So let's work on a communication piece where it's not going to be perfect, because there are lots of funding programs. It may not be perfect, but we can get it quite there and make movement on this communication tool that will demystify how you get funding from the county in lots of different ways. Ms. Chapman, thank you. We'll keep at it. Thank you. This has been a good first all council discussion on this. There's one more part of this discussion, and Mr. Boki.
I'll give it a try.
Okay.
Now comes the vegetable portion of this
Yeah, here's the eat your vegetables part.
This is a procurement matrix. I didn't produce it. It's part of what, this has been actually provided by the finance department in their procurement area. And, this gives you some idea. I like this because there's sites, the references in the far column, whether it's an RCW, meaning from the state of Washington, or it's in our code. And you see on the far left, there's purchased goods, purchased services, personal and client services, professional services, which a lot of the things that we've just been discussing fall under. There's public works, which a few of them do, and the uses of county forces for public works project, which typically does not, which here where we're discussing today isn't included. It's mainly the purchase goods, purchase services, and professional services. And you see there the different requirements, minimal solicitation requirements if it's under $10,000. And informal solicitation requirements if it's between usually 10 and 49,999, basically $50,000. And if it's $50,000 or above, formal solicitation requirements. And then there's the legal reference there. We've been asked to provide this to you, so that it just helps again with the contracting discussion that we're continuing to have. And as we work through how best to handle the miscellaneous current expense requests mainly that we've had in the past, and staff has been working on that in discussions with the finance department. So finance department is more than welcome now to come bail me out. But
Thank you. I'm going to call on Councilmember Kitchen, and then I'm going to pose a couple of examples that I think might help illustrate this conversation that Director Robinson can.
Just do that, because that's what I was gonna ask.
So Director Robinson, if we could ask you to come to the podium, and we're going to give you 3, I think, real world scenarios to use as real world scenarios to use this tool about from your vantage point, what we're supposed to do based on your understanding of procurement rules. Fair enough. These aren't trick questions. You know all these. So, and I'm not trying to pick on folks. Just trying to use real world examples. If Councilmember Denson wanted to make the case that the Red Barn after school programs in the Key Peninsula, let's say she wanted to allocate $100,000 to the Red Barn after school program, what would your response be as a Director of Finance?
Let me begin by describing a few contracting practices generally. And some of this is really an extension as to what we discussed on Monday when we were speaking about contracting. We generally need to follow this contracting matrix, generally in the respect that this is a standard that is set forth within state law that's applicable to us as a county. When we were operating under the emergency declarations of the federal government, the state government, and a county executive during COVID-19, these conditions were not applicable because of the emergency declarations. Many of the allocations that we were making within the budget, whether it was from CARES Act, American Rescue Plan at the early part of the rescue plan allocations, or some of the allocations that we're making through miscellaneous current expense, this matrix in large part was not applicable. Now we're entering into a time period where the emergency declarations, as I stated, are no longer in effect, and we need to overlay our allocation process with this matrix. You'll notice on the matrix that direct allocations could be made if it's 10,000 or lower. That's a lower dollar amount. If we're looking at an example of an allocation that's $100,000, we're looking at applying some of these competitive solicitation processes to those allocations that are of a larger dollar amount. So in the example, Chair, that you used of $100,000, we're above the 50,000. And then we're starting to go over into a category, there needing to be competitive evaluation process. And that would be applicable from our understanding to both agencies within the county and also allocations that are made by the council. Now, we want to work this with your staff and certainly the advice of the prosecuting attorney's office so that, as I described, this overlay of the contracting practices, we're doing it appropriately now that we're moving away from the emergency declaration time period.
Thank you for that context, really important context. So again, the example of wanting to do $100,000 appropriation for a specific organization that the council member understands to do good work on the Key Peninsula to do after-school programming. How would she achieve that?
What I also understand about the entity that was under consideration for an allocation by the council, or the council endorsed that earlier, that entity did make a submission for the solicitation that was done by our Human Services Department and was not selected through the Human Services Department process. So there's been a nuance to that individual organization. Because what was shared with me is that they did apply and were not selected in that initial process.
Yeah, I'm not trying to pick on them not
It's not real.
succeeding through that competitive process. I'm just saying, let's say Councilmember Denson wants to make this appropriation during the biennial budget process. Councilmember Denson, maybe I picked the wrong example.
Well, I was thinking of, not that this is a real example either, but say I wanted to allocate $100,000 to a pilot program for transportation on the Key Peninsula. And I had an organization that was willing to provide this pilot program. How would I do that?
Under a competitive process, if we describe, we want to have a pilot program for transportation within that area, we could have a solicitation describing what that purpose was. And then the entity that had expressed an interest to you previously or others have an opportunity to respond. Evaluation is completed. And then a contract could be awarded and agreement entered into.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will also point out, and I think it may be on the matrix, that there is a condition for a sole source allocation. And that would be if there is a supplier or an entity that is viewed as the entity that's a sole source for providing the service. There are provisions within our county code that a sole source can be considered. We need to provide notice to the public through the internet that the county is considering a sole source opportunity for others that may have an interest in providing that service to express their interest. And then there's the opportunity to evaluate who is best to perform that function.
Thank you for noting that. That's a really important item to be aware of. So if the council wanted to appropriate $500,000 to the Asia Pacific Cultural Center, it could be deemed that there's one Asia Pacific Cultural Center as an example. And
Yes.
we did last year.
And that's
We were
happened-
under an emergency.
And that's happened in the past, yes.
Councilmember Krueger?
Thank you, Chair. In the event that you're doing a proposal request and there are maybe 3 entities that provide the service you're seeking, but you know 2 are inferior, how would you approach that?
Under the solicitation process, I don't think that there would be a presumption that there were any entities that are inferior at the time the solicitation is made. If the entities then submit their proposal through the evaluation process, then there would be a determination who is the best entity to perform the service or provide the product to the county, and then make a judgment based on their qualifications.
Because I'm just thinking in terms of if in an area when there are reputations and some might not.
Well, certainly as part of the evaluation process for any organizations that are applying to receive county funds, there are criteria that are used to evaluate the entity that is making the application, and past experience is part of what would be included in evaluation in most cases.
Okay, thank you.
Past performance, past experience.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Denson.
Yes, thank you. If this is done through the MCE process, are the council members conducting that evaluation and making that choice? Or is the finance department making that choice?
The approach that we have had in the county in the past is it would be a administrative department, could be the finance, could be the human services department, could be the planning and public works department based upon the nature of the project that would be allocated the resources with the intent of the council described. So it could be a variety of departments that could complete the evaluation.
Thank you.
Director Robinson, when we get the executive's proposed budget, and if and when we see particularly likely in the miscellaneous current expense portion of the proposed budget, and we see proposed expenditures above $10,000 in miscellaneous current expense in the executive's proposed budget, either between the $10,000 and 49,999 or above $50,000. Should we assume that those projects have gone through informal solicitation and formal solicitation review?
As we're moving forward from the time period that the emergency orders are no longer in effect, we within the finance department would apply this matrix as other departments to a decision on any allocation that is identified specifically in the executive's budget proposal. What I described in response to Councilmember Denson could be considered in the executive's recommendation. Here is a purpose, here is a function for which the county would like to move forward with an allocation of funds. And then there would be based upon the dollar amount of the threshold and evaluation. The other condition that I would indicate to you is that there's a entity for which a direct allocation would be appropriate. Asian Pacific Islander project would be an example where there could be a direct allocation identified. But the approach that is referenced in this matrix would be applicable to other allocations recommended by executive branch departments.
Thank you.
We'll also note that in miscellaneous current expense, there are allocations to other governments to perform a function, pursue an initiative that the county has an interest in supporting. Allocations to other governments are a agreement between governmental entities, and this matrix is not applicable.
Thank you.
Once the other government receives the funds, there may be based upon the standards of the government, a competitive process for the funds to be expended.
Thank you for pointing that out. I would just note also, this is another good reason for the form that we just talked about previously. When we understand what the community partner concept is, and if you agree to advance it, spend time advancing it, then you can use the information in that tool to look at this matrix, see where it falls, see what's it going to take to actually make it so if council agrees to fund it, work with staff to, oh, could it be sole sourced? Is it under $10,000? You get the point. There's lots of nuances here, but the tool can help you get all that information in one place, and then make some judgments about how to pursue it. Is there a way to pursue it? Could that organization be competitive in formal solicitation or informal solicitation as an example? I think it'll help you guide your advocacy for funding that organization in an appropriate and compliant way. Just wanted to offer that, thinking about another use of the reason for the form tool. Dr. Robinson, I don't see any other questions right now. Do you have any closing thoughts on this item?
Well, I want to just reiterate what I stated earlier, is we want to certainly partner with council and council staff on moving forward to kind of the new domain that we're moving into in the next budget cycle.
Thank you. I do anticipate there being more thinking, more questions from council about how we achieve council's priorities through the budget. So there will be more conversation. Thank you for noting that. I'm going to ask us to take a brief recess. Do you have any closing thoughts, Mr. Boki, before we do that? On what
No,
we just
I do not. Thank you very much, Mr. Robinson, Ms. DeMuth for all their work, and Ms. Chapman for all her work and her meetings with the finance department. over a number of months to put that form together and really think about how it would be best user friendly, and we'll take those suggestions.
Ms. Chapman, you have one more thought?
Yes, thank you. I neglected to mention that if council chooses not to use this request form as we're considering it, and you do fund an entity through direct fund, we will be sending them the existing form that we have. I just wanted to make that clear. So they won't have to go through the budget process and everything, but we will still be sending them something because we still need you as council to in essence, sign off to the project that they are submitting. I just wanted to clarify that if you choose not to use that form, that's fine, but they still will be receiving something from us, as we still have to have you as council approve something. And then we would send that on to finance. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm highly encouraging use of the form. I think we need to compare project ideas to each other with information. That's just my personal bias. I don't know how we do that fairly if we don't have all the information in front of us to make intelligent decisions, but council members will do what they want to do. Let's take this last part is, I have a goal of adjourning today at 3:30. So I'm going to ask us to take a 10-minute recess. We're going to come back and Mr. Taylor is going to do a briefing on this last item, which is going to prepare us for homework tonight and the brunt of our day tomorrow. So let's return at 3:15. We'll be in recess until 3:15. It's about 3:17 p.m. and the council is back from its afternoon recess. And our final short segment today is really a preview for tomorrow. Tomorrow's council budget retreat is really focused on council having an opportunity to really have conversation together and digest and articulate its countywide council-focused top priorities as it relates to budget for the upcoming biennium and any district-specific budget priorities individual council members might have for individual projects they might be working on or individual priorities for their district. So in preparation for that, I'd like to ask Hugh Taylor to begin the conversation about the review of the council countywide policy priorities that we've began developing at our March council retreat and how we're going to be using this tool going forward. Mr. Taylor.
All right, thank you. And I will try to be fairly quick. I know you've had a full day today and we'll try to get done by 3:30 as noted earlier. So what I've been asked to do is orient the council members to the council priorities information that's in your packet, and that's intended to help set the stage for your discussion tomorrow. As the chair noted, the first part of your discussion tomorrow really is focused on your priorities for the 2024-2025 biennium. The priorities document that's been prepared is intended to be a foundation for that discussion. The product that's in your packet came from your March retreat, and then it was refined further based upon the discussion that you had in study session last month. Following that study session, the feedback received from council members was incorporated into the priorities document. That revised document's what's in your packet. It's generally the same as what you reviewed in May, but there have been some new priorities that have been added at the request of council members. And I'll tell you where you can find those in a few minutes. So the priorities continue to be really ambitious. There's 92 actions identified across 11 categories. So there's a lot of council's very ambitious with his priorities. I'll just leave it at that. The financial resources needed to advance the priorities are also significant in some cases. This is something to keep in mind in relation to the information that was shared by finance earlier today. I will note that many of the priorities, while numerous, they're continuation of major initiatives that are already endorsed by the council. So examples of those include the housing action strategy, the comprehensive plan to end homelessness, the behavioral health and therapeutic courts tax, of course, your comprehensive planning effort, capital planning efforts and the like. So while there's a lot of priorities, many of those priorities are continuing efforts that are already underway. I would say approximately 2/3 of the priorities within the document, as you go through it, you'll note as being in progress. And then they're in progress again, because these are things that council's already initiated and you're seeing through in the remainder of 2023 and into the next biennium, and in some cases, a biennium beyond 25. So to help the council in its understanding of the status of the priorities, a matrix has been prepared by staff. This matrix is in your packet. Can we jump to that real quick, page 78? Thanks. So the matrix contains a lot of information, but what the matrix seeks to do is break out each of the priorities individually. So you'll see 92 priorities within this matrix. For each priority, there's a status provided where council staff has been able to gather any kind of budget need information. That information is reported at the request of council. Within that matrix, we're also identifying council committee of jurisdiction that would have responsibility for monitoring progress related to that priority. And then council staff have also provided additional comments, background information that might be relevant to the specific priorities. So kudos to the council policy staff for pulling this together. It was a lot of work. Each staff member and with the various assigned leads provided the information that you see within the matrix. So tomorrow there's about 2 hours scheduled for the priorities discussion. Staff's planning on using the matrix as a foundation for that conversation, but we want to walk through things that are really high level. We don't want the matrix necessarily to dominate the conversation. Council staff is seeking to support a dialogue amongst the members rather than just providing a whole lot of information for you to digest on the spot. Instead, we're using the matrix as a foundation, but we really want the council members to have the dialogue amongst the members, and then staff will support that and respond accordingly. So that's our approach tomorrow. It's going to be a little bit free form. Each individual staff member, that's the assigned lead, will be providing the information from the matrix in each of the sections, answering your questions, and then taking feedback from you. So I guess I'd ask feedback at this point in time if that approach sounds like a good approach for tomorrow. It's really your time tomorrow, but that's how we would like to proceed as staff tomorrow.
So members, the point of this preview was to do just that, preview the work in front of us tomorrow, orient everyone to how the council priorities document has been updated since last we checked in on it. This great matrix that's been designed by our policy team to help us monitor progress. So we're now oriented to the tool, the matrix tool. And you heard the plan from Mr. Taylor about working with individual policy staff and council to talk through the priorities and have conversation about right in a resource constrained world, where do we want to put our limited resources? That's the task at hand tomorrow. Councilmember Kitchen.
Thank you, Chair. When looking at the actual matrix, the ones that are listed as new priority are things that came out of just the most recent conversations that we've been having.
Correct. Thank you for asking that question. That was something I needed to follow up on. So as I mentioned earlier, some new priorities have been added that were not in the document that you saw in May. And those priorities were added at the request of individual council members after that retreat. And so that's why they're noted that way.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Questions about what to anticipate for tomorrow and what the plan is? So I was kind of kidding about homework to the extent people have capacity this afternoon and this evening. If you wanted to review the matrix, that would be the homework if you choose to accept it. But we will have plenty of time to work through it together as a group and talk about it more. So that is the plan. Mr. Taylor, thank you for your leadership, you and the policy team for creating this. It's incredibly useful. Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands on this, so I think we know what to expect tomorrow. We'll talk about these council priorities. I will also be causing conversation. We can't fund all 92 to the full extent. I think everyone can appreciate that. Might not like it, but we do live in a resource constrained world and we can't do it all. I will be working with the team to, we'll be causing conversation, maybe uncomfortable conversation about what are truly our budget priorities in a resource constrained world of this. So please come prepared to have that difficult conversation. I know we like all of our children equally, but we don't necessarily have money to do it all. And then also come prepared for, not everything can be a council priority, right? But there very well may be projects you're working on, things you care deeply about, things that are important in your district that may not rise to the level of a council top tier must-have council priority. There'll be space tomorrow to express that. And just because it's a council priority, a council member priority doesn't mean it's not important. It's just a specific district priority. Again, there'll be time to express that tomorrow, and please come prepared to do that. Okay, I don't see any other hands. Mr. Boki, any closing comments as we wrap up this afternoon?
Thank you, Chair Mello. Yeah, you touched on it. So tomorrow morning's meeting begins at 9:30 a.m. in these chambers. Mr. Taylor and the rest of the research staff will go through the council priorities. And then you will go into the council discussion about budget priorities. So after you've gone through that matrix, then you're going to begin to talk about your prioritizing those items as you mentioned. And then we'll have room for district specific priorities that individual members may have. And then we'll wrap up with going over the schedule again, and that you just approved the other day by resolution. And then we're actually going to look at a first glimpse as to what we believe you'll be kind of giving an idea of the task at hand for the budget and what ordinances and resolutions you will possibly be looking at this fall. And then we'll talk about next steps.
Thank you, Mr. Boki. Thank you for all your preparation. So seeing no other business for the council in this special meeting, we will see everyone tomorrow morning at 9:30. We are adjourned. Have a good evening.